Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we delighted to welcome you to the international seminar on International Quality Assurance System Future Higher Education Initiative in Indonesia throughout COVID-19 era and beyond. This international seminar aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of higher education policies to anticipate the future development of higher education institutions in Indonesia. Share experiences and best practice on the utilization of digital learning and teaching and learning, also to understand the internal quality assurance and external quality assurance of higher education in digital learning era, then to provide an understanding policy and implementation of international partnership, collaboration, and mobilities in a disruptive era. Hosted by Ministry of Education and Culture, the Republic of Indonesia, Directorate General of Higher Education has the honor to present you this international seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to welcome speech delivered by Director General of Higher Education, Professor Nizam, MSc, DIC, PhD.
Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. Good afternoon, in fact. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, participants of the webinar of 2020 International Seminar on Indonesian Higher Education. We all currently under the situations unprecedented before, where everyone now mostly stay at home and limiting our activities outside home. Since early March, actually 9th of March 2020, a week after the Indonesian President Pak Jokowi announced the first case of COVID-19 in Indonesia, the Ministry of National Education announced a decree to ask everyone to work from home and study from home, especially our students at elementary schools to universities to study from home. And now already 6 months after the study from home activities taking place, and we see a lot of transformations happening in our higher education area as well as in our elementary educations. It is a big transformations within a very short time after the letter from the Ministry of National Education and Culture. Everyone, every schools, every campuses shift from conventional offline learning into online learning. So it's quite a huge transformation happening in a relatively short period of time without any preparations, in fact. So this is something that we, if we reflect back, a very rapid transformations, given that if we flash back into 10, 20 years ago when we start the use of technology for learning, for study in university, we established what we call Indonesia Higher Education Research Network in the early 2000s, and also GDLN Indonesia, Global Development Learning Network Indonesia. And prior to that, in 1987, we established the Open Universities, actually to bring technology into increase access to higher educations. However, not many of our universities, of our professors use technology for delivery of courses. Blended learning, we already know and promote that since the past decade actually, but not many universities make use of technology for course delivery. And yet, with this pandemic, all of a sudden, all higher education institutions in Indonesia, more than 4,000 higher education institutions, move into online learning. More than 7 million students suddenly, instead of going to classroom, now going into virtual classes. More than 300,000 lecturers, professors are shifting their work instead of going into the classroom, go into virtual classroom. And as today we can see, there are quite a lot of seminars, webinars conducted virtually. So that means that educations and academic activities doesn't stop with the situations of the pandemic. But of course, online learning is a challenge to all of us, especially our generations, my generation at least, when we are not digital natives. But for our students, actually, it is their work to use technology to learn and to study and to develop their competencies. Uh, in responding to the current pandemic, actually quite a lot we have done. First, we continue learning and study through online learning, and many of the scientific activities we move into virtual seminars, virtual conference, and webinars now become the norms every day. I attend more than 3 webinars every day. My record is having 26 webinar in a day. So it's quite a challenge and something that make us even more productive than in normal situations. A lot more meetings can be conducted more effectively and efficiently through virtual meetings. Many important decisions can be made in the virtual meeting. We also promote our universities, our professors to do research, applied research to help with the pandemic. And in the past 5-6 months, more than 1,000 innovations, inventions come out from universities, and many has go into production, like the ventilators, for instance. More than 10 prototypes comes out from universities, and many are quite novel and now already go into productions and being used in the many hospitals. Something that is we never thought before. So the productivity of university is even more productive during this pandemic, like development of smart robots for helping the nurse in serving the patients, the development of medical devices as well as in medicine. During the past months, we also conducted training for our lecturers for effective use of technology for online learning. And it was attended by more than 100,000 academicians, lecturers, professors, to refresh the technology, the use of technology in learning as well as in assessment, in the use of LMS, and many aspects of technological use of online learning. The government also provide free internet access to all our students from kindergarten to high educations, to all teachers, professors. So altogether about 68 million people from kindergarten students to higher educations are provided with free internet access for these semesters. So it's quite relieving support by the government to our students and lecturers and teachers. We also expand the coverage. Many blank spots we found being identified, and telecom companies are working hard to cover the blank spots and provide access to as many students as possible. In terms of activities, we also promote the voluntary activities of campuses, especially our students. There are many programs like Kampus Mengajar, where students can, because they stay in their home while doing online learning, they can also help their brother and sisters, neighbors to study, like students in elementary schools with limited teachers and limited access to technology. Those students can help the teachers in delivering literacy, numeracy, and many offline studies. Of course, keep in mind observing the protocols during the pandemic. So Kampus Mengajar or campus helping teachers to assure that education still being delivered is now ongoing. The first batch joined by more than 5,000 university students and alumni through program Mengajar dari Rumah, study from home. And currently, second batch, more than also close to 5,000 students joining that program. We also have Kampus Relawan, that is the voluntary from universities. At the beginning, it was joined by more than 15,000 students from medical schools, pharmacists, nurses, to help mitigate the pandemic. And they are still continuing to do the good work voluntarily to help mitigate the pandemic. And also currently promoting the new culture, the new normals to live together with the virus. So to change the habit, program mengubah perilaku, change the habit. And this is joined by thousands of our students. More than 5,000 volunteers currently help this activity. And as I said, the campus are becoming more productive even under this pandemic with invention, innovations in medical devices and in studies on this pandemic itself, development of vaccine, and many research very vibrant during this pandemic. We also see the spirit of gotong royong, spirit of sharing. Many campuses not ready to go online, so we provide national platform we call SPADA, where campuses can share their learning materials, modules, as well as learning management system. We collaborate with Google, for instance, to provide the Google Classroom free for everyone to use. We also provide Moodle to be accessible to every campuses that not yet have learning management system. We also provide free modules. Currently, more than 3,000 modules available in the SPADA, that is the national platform for online learning. And we also see many MOOCs mushrooming from the associations of Apticom. Apticom is association of study programs in informatics and computer science. They develop MOOCs to be free access, open access to every students. And also the associations of PKRI. They also release or publish MOOCs for many subjects. So the spirit of gotong royong is really encouraging for us in this time of testing situations. We see that campuses are joining hand in helping each other to come out from these pressing situations. And indeed, if we reflect the competencies created through this online learning actually is the competencies that is really needed in the 21st century. We all believe that 21st century competency, most important competencies is independent learning, to prepare our students to become independent learners. And by online learning, actually that exact precise attitude of self-study, self-learning, self-motivated to study is being pushed by the situations. So the competency of 21st century, self-learning, agile learners is being tested through this online learning. And of course, education is not just about learning, and not everything can be shifted into online learning. That's why the Kampus Merdeka activities like voluntary activities, kampus mengajar, kampus merubah perilaku, we carried that activities as part of the development of values among our students. So I welcome this international seminar as the forum of gotong royong, forum of sharing, forum of caring, taking best practices from many countries, many institutions, and to get the best practice disseminated as soon as possible, as intensive as we can, so we can give the best to our students. I thank DAAD for the support, and also Prof. Peter Mayer, Prof. Yuto Kitamura. We meet again in this webinar. Dr. Oliver Vittori, Pak Johnson Ong Chipin, Prof. Thomas Settler, and all the participants in this international seminars, and also the collaboration from UKM, ITP, UI, UP, and UII are very much appreciated. So I do hope that this international seminar can open up further collaborations between education institutions, especially in sharing the best practices. I would like to add some more. During these past 5 months, quite a number of books actually come out from the practices in education. For instance, this is from UI, Universitas Indonesia, compilations of anecdotes, jokes, but many insight also on mendadak serentak online. So suddenly everyone goes online. And this is the compilations of practices that we compile from many universities on how higher education responds in the times of COVID-19. This is just a sample of 2 of so many. I give introductions or preface into many of the publications by universities and communities in higher education. So it's something that is very encouraging. Our universities still productive and do their best to give education to all our students. And to Prof. Aris, Director Pelmawa, I thanks for organizing this international seminar. All the best to all of us. Stay healthy, stay productive. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Nizam. And we are now going to listen to welcome speech delivered by Director of the AAD, Regional Office Jakarta, Mr. Thomas Zedler.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me? Yeah, fine. So, yeah, dear Professor Nizam, dear Professor Aris Junaidi, dear rectors, university representatives and speakers, dear attendants of this seminar. On behalf of the DAAD, that means the German Academic Exchange Service, I would like to express my best wishes for this opening seminar named Future Education Initiatives in Indonesia throughout COVID-19 and beyond. As you know, this seminar forms part of a series of seminars, 4 of them altogether, with the central topics of quality assurance, internationalization, and digitalization. I am glad that we were able to plan and organize these events together with the ministry and DICTE. Yeah? I would also like to use this occasion to thank the Ministry of Education and Culture, and especially DICTE, for our long-standing and excellent cooperation. Our DAAD office would have celebrated its 30th anniversary this year, if not COVID-19, so we will have the celebration next year. But actually, we are here in Indonesia, we are active as an organization from 1952. That means the cooperation with you, with the ministries, with the universities here is nearly as old as our states, because the Federal Republic of Germany was founded in 49, Indonesia, same time, yeah, officially. So really, we have a very old cooperation, and we have had many successful seminars also together where we participated, you from the ministry, from DAAD. I guess this is one of the important ones we have, because why is it especially important? Of course, everybody knows we are in the middle of a big health, social, and economic crisis, which will probably still last for months, maybe even longer. Many of our habitudes have changed suddenly. Professor Nizam already mentioned it, yeah. We are working, teaching, studying online. We are meeting and discussing questions via Zoom, via Microsoft Teams, or via Adobe Connect. We are using webinars or online consulting for the contact with students and scientists who are interested in international exchange and scholarships. Looking at the technical side only, these changes have sometimes been introduced remarkably fast and sometimes even very successfully. On the other hand, on the other side, we cannot close our eyes and see that many people, for example, in rural areas or remote areas, have been overwhelmed by the new situation and left behind. Although much has been done by the government and by the regional administration to assist these groups. Yeah, there is still much work lying in front of us, even in a small country as Germany. We don't have the problem as Indonesia has. We don't have 17,000 islands and don't have to provide education everywhere there. That's a very special situation. Looking beyond these technical sides, we see there are some serious long-term challenges too, linked to the new situation. The crisis has only made it clear to us that our political, economic, and social future depends mainly on one factor, the quality of our education. That's the reason why our governments, as well as the Indonesian, as the German government, have set the development of human capital as the main goal of our time. The future of our societies will depend on the quality and optimization of our education systems and on the possibility to develop this quality even further, including as many citizens as possible. And I would like to add, it depends too on the freedom of these citizens to develop and put into practice their own creative ideas and to interact with people in their own subject area, as well as in other areas, that means in an interdisciplinary way, in order to build knowledge and competences. Some people say our way of teaching and learning has changed forever as a result of COVID-19. I'm not sure whether this is true. Why? Long before COVID-19 started, our universities were already changing in a very substantial way. They had to change because our societies were developing quickly. Our economies, and with them our science systems, were acting more and more globally, and thus regional and worldwide competition, but also worldwide cooperation. For example, to find climate change, natural disasters, or pandemics, as we see it at the moment, became a necessary component of our society's life and development. Quality assurance, internationalization, applied sciences, cooperation with the industry, basic research, and funding of research became some of the most discussed issues. Industry 4.0 and digitalization were big topics long before we were hit by the pandemic. The term internationalization, for example, which in the 1990s still had rather been limited to students from abroad, scholarships, international development projects, or area studies, was now used in a much broader sense. New topics as branding, international programs, branch campuses, virtual mobility, global citizenship, internationalization at home, MOOCs, and so on, global rankings also appeared. As a consequence, the universities started to develop strategic plans. International offices were founded and acted at university and sometimes even faculty level. National and international policy statements on internationalization were designed and published. In Indonesia, many of these new developments are manifested in the slogans of Merdeka Belajar and Campus Merdeka. These reforms, which started last year and will influence the developments and discussions of the next years, if not decades, are a kind of mirror to political and societal changes. For example, to the rapid growth of the Indonesian population and the need to make use of the so-called demographic bonus, or to put it the other way around, to cope with the situation that every year we will see between 1.7 and 3 million of young people entering the job market, which have to be equipped with an excellent and fit for the job education in order to find work and make a decent living. This involves the need for outcome-based curricula, a better adaptation of study programs to the working environment, changes of the teachers and lecturers' role, for example, becoming more a facilitator than a knowledge mediator, more autonomy also for excellent universities and other factors. In the long run, also the increase of funding for applied as well as for high-class basic research. It is well understood that these goals are long-term goals, especially looking at the financial constraints set by COVID-19 and the crisis following it. In this context, we can see COVID-19 as a kind of catalyst, a medium which has accelerated some changes we were just initiating, urging us to accept some models we would otherwise have developed and tested for years. After COVID-19, for example, no one will doubt that online teaching can be successfully implemented. Online conferences can be conducted, as well as joint research projects. And COVID-19 kind of urged us to understand that in some cases, it can even be more useful and make more sense to use virtual formats instead of undertaking far and exhausting trips in order to meet for 1 or 2 days and discuss some issues which could also have been discussed without traveling. And sometimes it can be the fastest and most effective way to move forward in a project to just contact your project partner via Skype, Teams, or Zoom and discuss some issues with him or her as soon as they occur. This is something we have learned, and in this respect, we will change, I guess. On the other hand, the crisis helped us to understand that online teaching has severe deficits as well. Most of all, we are missing our social contacts and the real intercultural experiences, lively discussions at a conference table, as well as during the social events, from coffee breaks to evening meals and cultural excursions, which help us to understand the broader cultural background of our partners and of our partner country. Creative ideas will always be developed during scientific discussions as well as during small talk, during coffee breaks and personal exchange. Thus, it seems to me that, as always, the truth lies somewhere in the middle. I think that some of the virtual elements and tools which now form part of our everyday professional life will persist and further develop in the future. But that our academic life, most of all campus life, cross-border mobility, will come back and will grow as well, because there cannot be an academic life without social life, and there cannot be any high quality education or research without international cooperation, also face-to-face, and intercultural experiences. The result will be a kind of blended learning, teaching, and research. One of our tasks as DAAD, as a funding organization, will be to develop funding schemes which prove to be appropriate to these developments, also in cooperation with partners abroad. Examples are the funding of successful international digitalization projects or blended learning, blended teaching projects, the funding of international cooperation, be it face-to-face cooperation or cooperation via virtual formats, in the field of applied sciences, in the field of teacher training, teacher methodology, and also the training of university management in topics as international cooperation or quality assurance, and the funding of joint research in areas under the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. The seminar today is entitled Future Education Initiatives in Indonesia, as well as the 3 sessions which will follow this week. They will provide us with the chance to not only analyze the current situation of our higher education systems, but also to discuss where our higher education systems should be heading. Which are the challenges, which are the chances, and how international cooperation can contribute to these new horizons, both through face-to-face meetings and through virtual formats. As mentioned, the discussion of the Indonesian higher education policies and experiences, as well as of the future pathways of Indonesian higher education, will form an important part of this opening session. The topic of digital learning and the quality assurance of digital learning will be in the center of the discussion. Another part of this event will deal with the topic of internationalization and the question how internationalization can be handled under the circumstances of the new normal. The next sessions, which will start from Thursday on, will deal with such important topics as quality assurance in crisis, with a special focus on the policy experiences and perspectives of accreditation agencies as BANPT. Next session will be higher education institution and the COVID-19 digitalization boost, disruption or opportunity is the question. And the last session will have a focus more on the funding side. That means initiatives and programs fostering cooperation in the field of digitalization. Yeah, so this session will of course look at the funding programs which were designed to sustain and foster new initiatives in the field of digitalization. I am extremely glad that many eminent experts, as well from the ASEAN region as from the European Union, will contribute to our program. Thus, we are expecting lively discussions, a broad exchange of experience, and hopefully many new ideas. I would like to wish you all interesting, exciting days of discussion and many new insights and some wonderful, enriching days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for the speech, Mr. Zeller. We are now going to listen to the welcome speech delivered by Director of Learning and Student Affairs, Professor Dr. Aris Junaidi, PhD.
Thank you so much, Honorable Director General Higher Education, Prof. Nizam, and also Mr. Thomas Zelter, the Director of the DAAD Regional Office Jakarta, all the distinguished speaker, and also all the committee that are working so hard and appreciate for that to make the seminar, international seminar happen. So I would like to use this opportunity to talk about higher education policy. I would prefer to saying new policy in the higher education, and probably will take about 20 minutes. The title of our presentation today is Higher Education Policy, Independent Learning, Independent Campus, as the innovative learning model in the new normal era. The next slide, please. And for our presentation here, I would like to put on the three themes. The first one will be talking about the new policy, and the second one about the program implementation. Actually, the second topic here is already mentioned, most of them by our Director General. And the third one is about the major issues, recommendation, and also future direction. The next, please. Yes, this is the new policy on higher education, independent campus, and also independent learning. Next, please. So as we are now here, now we are on the challenge of the civilization. Starting on the 20th century here, start with the society 4.0 and the industry 3.0 upon the computer and automation, and also information society. And now we are on the 21st century, when the society 5.0 is about the super smart society, the technology-based and human-centered society, and now also we are on the cyber physical system, industry 4.0. The next one, please. And for that, how the higher education challenge here with the industry revolution 4.0 and society 5.0. And early this year, we also have the pandemic COVID-19. I would like to quote what Charles Darwin said, that it is not the strongest of the species that surviveth, nor the most intelligent that survive. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. So this is very clear here that only the one who can adaptable to change will be survived. So why here, during the industrial, during the disruptive technology, and during the society 5.0, and also COVID-19 here will drive the acceleration from the education 4.0. And from this, as our Director General mentioning, that starting in March, we must to work from home. We must to study from home. So why the SPADA here, Indonesia MOOCs, massive online open courses, SPADA, We're running for online learning, open source, and also we know that we are now lifelong learning, and this will make our Ministry of Education and Culture running or launching the new policy known as independent learning and independent campus. I would like to explain later on. Next slide, please. So the challenges, another challenges on the 21st century, we must provide many skills for our students so that our graduate in the near future will be compete in the international global competition. What are the competencies that we needed according to the World Economic Forum 2017? There are about 16 competencies that our student must have. Foundational literacies, competencies, and also character qualities. So to provide that, Ministry of Education and Culture set up the new Satker. We call it Satker, ya, Pusat Pendidikan Karakter Center for Education. And by the mastering the 16 competencies, so that means the student must ready to compete globally. And in the ELA this year, our ministry also highlight that at least our student mastering the 6 C's. What the 6 C's? Communication, compassion, collaboration, critical thinking, creative thinking, computational logic. So this is at least 6 C's that our student must mastering that. 6 competencies. The next slide, please. The next slide, yeah. So this is the independent learning and independent campus. Actually, there are 4 points about this policy with the new policy in higher education. The first one is about the opening of the new study program. So that means the institutional that already accredited A or B can open directly in the new study program, as long as the new study program have collaborate with the top 110 university top in the world, also already collaborated with the industry, a well-known industry in the world. So they can directly open the new study program. The second one is about the accreditation. So now the institution or study program do not need to submit to re-accreditation, but will be prolonged by Ban PT automatically, as long as they not downgrade the quality, as long as there are no complaint by people or by community, as long as they maintain the quality. So they can prolong automatically. The third one is about the public university. Now we are encouraging to be autonomous, full autonomous, or we call PTNBH. And the fourth one is the most interesting that we would like to discuss, that the student have a chance to study 3 semesters outside the core study program. So they can free choosing what they wanted, what they are patient to do that. So that means they can gain another competency or another experience outside the core competency. So this is very important for the new policy. The four policy here all provide with the umbrella, the regulation we call a ministerial decree, starting number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7. So all is on under the regulation. It's very strong regulation. The next slide. And the next slide. Yes. So this is just explaining how the student can choose that possible to take the credit outside the university up to 2 semesters or equal to 40 credit, or they can also take the credit a different study program at the same university for 1 semester or equal with 20 credit. So this is just explaining our policy, and the lecturer as aktivator sebagai dosen penggerak. So that means lecturer facilitate the learning of the student in independently. So that means they can using all the 8 activities that we are mentioning in the next slide. Next, please. Next, yeah. So this is actually the 8 program or activities that a student can take 1 or 2 or 3 for their own choices during their study, during the 4-year study. For example, they can doing the interns or work practices or a project in the village, teaching in the school, student exchange, research, entrepreneurial, independent studies or project, and humanitarian project. So all the activities here must be guided by mentoring from the university and from the industry. So they both mentor can make a confession of the subject that student can gain, and also confirmation of a credit, a point that they can get. So all these activities will be recorded as a credit point to our student and can be put on the transcript, academic transcript of the student. So that means this is all the benefit for our student in the independent campus policy. The next, please. So as our Director General mentioning that during the study from home, we also have Indonesia MOOCs or SPADA, Sistem Pembelajaran Daring. This is the what we call is the learning system that we have. Student and also a lecturer can access this. Now in the SPADA here, we have 179 provider, higher education institution, and also we have 210 partner. And currently at the end of 2019, before pandemic running, is about 23,000 students and more than 252 content sharing. With SPADA, we also benefit from our lecturer who already experienced in the field, teaching in the school more than 5 years. They also get recognition of prior learning, so they don't need to enroll to the profession program, but using the hybrid learning, they only take several months to be passed in the national exam, and then they got SIP, surat izin pendidik, and 18,000 is already enrolled with the hybrid learning with this platform and pass the exam, and now they become a professional teacher. So SPADA is very very helpful to helping all our students and lecturer and also teachers. Next, please. So why we using SPADA? SPADA is we claim as Indonesia Higher Education MOOCs, first Indonesia Higher Education MOOCs. And also all the content and material in SPADA that we are launching in SPADA is already passed the quality test from the Director General of Higher Education. So that means we have a team that review all the material that before we publishing in SPADA. And also we facilitating the credit transfer activity between university and integrated with the independent campus program as our new policy, and the learning management system that can be used by all the lecturer and student in Indonesia. So SPADA is now become growth and well known in Indonesia. Yeah. Next, please. So this is the roadmap that I already mentioned, that the first one we piloting in 2014, and then the big job is in the 2018 when we recruited 18,000 lecturer to enroll to use this SPADA through the hybrid learning. We call PPG dalam jabatan, ya, pendidikan profesi guru dalam jabatan, and we provide with 424 module, and we using the recognition of prior learning by our lecturer, and then they pass the national exam and become a professional lecturer. And for the next for the next 4 years, we further expansion of the SPADA. We have the hybrid learning, LMS SPADA, and also we are in the near future we will opening the ICE Institute, or Indonesia Cyber Education Institute, part of the SPADA. The next. So this is the ICE Institute. The ICE Institute here, Indonesia Cyber Education Institute, is the marketplace of online courses. So the resource for e-learning is provided by the higher education institution, from the industry, from the private, from the organization, from the individual. Then we put on the marketplace. So that means student can choose, search and selected the learning courses, selected the degree that they want, selected the market of the subject that they would like to learn, and then they enroll and take a course learning with the digital courses, and once they are finished, they got the certificate of accomplishment. So that means micro credential. The next, please. So by using the ICE Institute here, so that means this is the flexible learning. Another word, that's freedom of learning. So that means anytime, anybody, anyway, they can take the online courses. So this is more flexible, and this is a micro credential and certificate of accomplishment after online courses finished and pass. So more flexible of learning. Next, please. Student mobility, now we have a Permata. Permata, that means pertukaran mahasiswa Nusantara. During the pandemic COVID, Permata with the approach, another approach we call Permata Sakti. So that means pertukaran mahasiswa Nusantara, sistem alih kredit through the IT, the IT process. So that means now we started here, Permata is about 10,000 students using the student mobility nationally. And next year we will scaling up to 50,000 students will be take the Permata Sakti, Permata here. And then we also have a new idea to running the Permata ASEAN, like AIMS that we have here, ASEAN International Mobility for Students. Next slide. So in the ASEAN level, we are now, just to let everyone know that Indonesia now become a chair of the AQRF committee. And now we are doing the referencing. We have an Indonesian qualification framework, and we did the referencing process through the IQRF. And the 10 members countries accepted what we are doing, accepted referencing that we did. So that is for the harmonization on qualification. And of course, the next one will be recognition of qualification. So the ASEAN MRA will be smoothly after we did the referencing process. The next slide. Now, the program implementation to support the independent campus as follow. I would like to mention one by one. Actually, our Director General is explained very clearly what we did so far with the new policy here. For example, the student affair program here, the new policy independent campus. We have student creativity program. We have a PKM. We have a program kreativitas mahasiswa. We have a 5 type of PKM, including research, including kewirausahaan, including pengabdian kepada masyarakat. And we also have the entrepreneurship. We have 4 type of entrepreneurship. We have a community services program. We have a Permata, as I mentioned earlier. Next slide. So one by one, the student creativity program here, actually one of the 8 activities that students have chance to do it. For example, a creativity program for entrepreneurship, and then the community services on research and the futuristic constructive idea. So all this program is running this year. Due to the pandemic COVID, they all doing by daring, online. So that means the output will be changes. So the students only uploaded the result by our platform that we are developed. So that means all they doing by online, virtual, and just reported the result, like the video, like the animation, and also the paper that they have, all they submitted through online. The next slide. And the student activity, I would like to focusing the student community services later on in our last slide. Yeah, we have the thematic student community services. Yeah, so all the university now during the pandemic COVID are running the KKN thematic. Most of them is focusing on the COVID-19. So how the student can do the communication, education, information, through the daring. So that means we also develop the platform we call Recon Relawan COVID-19, and also we just running recently as a pilot for the campus mengajar perintis. We will describe later on, even though our Director General was already mentioning very clearly. So the second one is about the program holistik pembinaan pemberdayaan desa as one of the 8 activities. Village holistic coaching and empowering program, latihan keterampilan manajemen, student management, skill training, and also empowerment student organization. The next slide. Yes. Permata program we call Permata Pertukaran Mahasiswa Nusantara is national mobility. This is the purpose of this is developing the cooperation pattern between Indonesian university to strengthen Indonesia higher education competitiveness globally, and also broadening the national insight, wawasan kebangsaan, build a center of excellence, a national insight, and also increasing integrity, solidarity, and national adhesive between Indonesia students. So this has become a very important program, and next year hopefully will be scaling up, because this is part of a student mobility program, one of the 8 of activities that student can choose this program. Next slide. In the near future, as I mentioned, that the Permata program in 2021 will be scaling up 10 times the number. So if this year 10,000, so the next year will be 50,000. So this has become a priority program to support the independent campus, independent learning policy. Participant number will be scaled up, and also learning activity through the distant learning, of course, when the pandemic is not gone, and also involve more university, either state or private university, either. So we are pushing about 4,000 higher education institutions must be involved in this program. It campus representing courses based on excellent or academic excellence, and we will cooperate it with LPDP to fund the support. We now discussing about this. Next slide. So this is 2 more slides. This is the break practices of the independent learning policy in the pandemic. Our Director General is already mentioning very clearly how the Relawan COVID Nasional, our national volunteer, is very generous and full support in doing the KIA, communication, information, and education. So, and then Mas Menteri also give highlight here that the involvement of the student as a volunteer is part of gotong royong, or collaboration and voluntary movement to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic. Indonesia need medical heroes who will fight together for the society. So, Directorate General of Higher Education here is fully support, and with all they do the best for the pandemic here. volunteer contribution here is about 1,000 COAS volunteer, and then for 3,000 society in all regions in 34 provinces. And we also have 3,500 student volunteer with the multidiscipline truth movement, 30 days, ready for new norm. They educate the people. Yeah. Of course, that we are provided with what we call it pembekalan. Yeah. We have 5 days. Yeah. Educate our students before they go to the field. Yeah. 5 days, full 5 days. Yeah. And then become ready. And now they spread in 34 provinces, nearly 6,000 now. Yeah. And also we have a new platform record, Relawan COVID-19. The new platform here can communicate between the student, the mentor, between the case manager, between the coordinator, between people, yeah, between the patient. So all through the record communication, yeah, it's very effectively, and we can, as a central in the ministry, we can see what the report from the student, what the report from the mentor, what the report from the case manager, all is mentioning in the record. So it's very helpful. Recon can monitor each of our performance of the student, how many patients, how many people they approach. Yeah. So that means this is a very fantastic approach. The next slide, please. So this is also we call KKN thematic. Yeah. We are now the contributor of this is about 5,693 students. So all is a humanitarian project. It's number 8 of the activities that we have for the independent campus. Nearly 6,000 students, more than 350 lecturers from 11 university with the 30 province. They're doing literacy and numeration. They are teach in the secondary elementary school with the accredited C. So that means with the minimum resources they have. The student coming and motivate them, and also help the teachers, help the head of the school, yeah, how to become be smart, yeah, encouraging to more proactive during the pandemic COVID. They also learning, our Director General mentioning is perubahan perilaku. So through the communication, information, and education. So that means they all we have here. What we did here. So that means sustainable program, a further partnership with higher education and local government, we call KKN thematic, and we are supporting cooperation with all the in here is BNPB, National Board of Disaster Management, Ministry of Health, local government, yeah, ISMKI, student organization that are managing recruiting the relawan. Also, we are working with Association of the Medical faculties. So all here will collaborate together and going to the field, humanitarian project to educate the people how to associate with the 3M, the protocol kesehatan that we are supported for this program. The next, please. So the best practice of the Campus Mengajar Perintis is one of the new pilot project. So that means the student come to the school, working with the teachers, and also principal for the teaching and learning process, particularly on the literacy and numeration, with the study group, the online, and then student also sharing reflection and lesson, learn, teach method and module. That before that, the student will be provided by what we call it pembekalan, the module, and how to teach, how to approach, and so on, and getting ready. And then student now is around 2,390 students from 89 university come to the school to help the literacy and numeration student, and then also online mentoring evaluation. This is through another platform. We have the record, and now we have a platform, Merdeka Belajar, Campus Merdeka platform. So all will be provided with our system. So very easy to monitor, very easy to manage for the successful of the program. The next slide. So this is the more issues. Next slide, please. Some of the recommendations that we have. The issues here, the standardization of the university to implement the SPADA, yeah, the ICE Institute, yeah, this is the need to be improved, yeah. And then the proactive from the university to implement in the independent campus and independent learning, socio-cultural uniqueness, differences, the academic calendar become the issues, and also variety of the grading system, assessment of the course, and the granting degree and diploma. Our recommendation here, adopting the best practice for independent campus, independent learning program implementation according to the local need, and also supporting the readiness several universities to adapt the implement the SPADA and ICE, and improving, of course, the quality assurance on each university to accelerate the student and academic administrator participation in SPADA that we have here. Regional policy on credit transfer is required to accelerate the adoption and the broader scope. The last slide, hopefully, yeah. Oh, this is our strengthen that I think I all mentioning here with our Director General. We have SPADA, we have kuliah daring, we provide the internet, the cheapest internet, we provide the pulsa for the student and also for the lecture. We also provide the subsidi with the biaya kuliah, ya kita subsidi, and also we give a training for all the lecturer who need to know about the SPADA, who need to know about the online learning. So 110,000 lecturers already trained how to doing the online learning, and also we establish the credit earning, and also we encouraging our students not only through SPADA and kuliah daring, but also international MOOCs such as Coursera, edX, and so on. The next slide. Finally, we have future our direction here, greater international engagement. As we know, during the last 6 months, we get another interesting for many countries in the world to work together with our new policy. For example, Singapore, UK, Germany, yeah, Australia, they all want to contribute how they can work together to doing the successful of our new policy Indonesia campus, especially in the activities. So the greater international engagement in the framework of delivery quality education, process, output, outcome, yeah, quality level linkage, and this one will enhancing the mobility for students, such as student mobility, credit transfer, joint degree, joint curricula, double degree, fast track program, enhancing the mobility from the faculty, enhancing the existing bilateral cooperation. So I think that's all that I can say and share for here about our new policy in higher education. So thank you very much for kind attention, and just quote our Bapak Pendidikan kita, make a teacher out of everyone and a school out of every place. So thank you so much. Have a good day and continue to international seminar for the rest of the day. Thanks for distinguished speaker and all other attention. Thank you so much. Billahi taufik wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the speech and presentation, Mr. Aris Junaidi. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue to the seminar session, and this first session of seminar will be led by moderator Dr. Ilya.
Thank you, Ms. Devanti. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to gain your attention. In this first session of the 4th International Conference on Internal Quality Assurance System, with the central theme of the future higher education initiative in Indonesia throughout COVID-19 era and beyond. We will have two presentations from the first from Dr. Oliver Vittori, who will deliver his presentation entitled Digital Disruptions, Online Learning Before, During, and After COVID-19. Just to give you a brief introduction, I think here the complete CV of Dr. Vittori. May I say hello to Dr. Vittori?
Hello.
How are you? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good morning. I think in Vienna it's still early in the morning.
It is, right. Thank you.
Hope everything goes well by you in Vienna. Dr. Vittori is the Dean of Accreditation and Quality Management and Director of Program Management and Teaching and Learning Affairs at the Wirtschaft Universität Wien, Vienna University of Economics and Business. And based on the website in the Wirtschaft Universität Wien, the university holds triple accreditation by EQUIS, AAC, and MB, the three foremost international accreditation for business and economics that confirm the position of and also the the quality of speed that will delivered by Dr. Vittori. And the second, we will have a presentation from Mr. Chen Chen Che Bin. Good afternoon, Mr. Ong.
Very good
Are
afternoon.
you with me? Okay.
Yes.
And he will deliver his presentation on entitled Quality Assurance of Digital Learning in the Disruptive Era. And I think everyone here in Indonesia has already know well about you as a member of the AUN QN and also the founder and principal consultant of Education Quality International, or EQI. And I'm sure he is a trainer of practitioner, of professional, as also and also assessors across Asian countries. So I think maybe most of us is already experienced being trained by Mr. Ong, including me. So, dear presenters, we have 90 minutes in total, so about 1.5 hours. The time will be divided into three sections and maybe around 30 minutes each of the presenters. And then in the end, we will open the question and answer. And for the audience who will raise a question or need further comments from the speakers, please do proceed by writing in the chat room. So that I maybe can rephrase your question either in Bahasa Indonesia or maybe in English directly. So without further ado, I think the first section will be delivered by Dr. Vittori. And I think Dr. Vittori will deliver directly from his laptop. So please be proceed. Time is yours.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ilya. And thank you for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. And a special hello to Johnson. It's good seeing you again. Hi. Yeah, I will immediately start sharing my screen because, as you might have seen, the system we're usually using at my university is Microsoft Teams. And that means the virtual background at Zoom is not working with my notebook. That's why everything looks so spooky. And that means the virtual background is mirrored in even in my batik shirt. That looks very creepy. Let me just share my screen for a moment. Sorry, I'll be with you in a moment. Okay. Not here yet. Now it works.
Okay, good.
I hope you can see it.
Yes, yes, very good. And is it possible to? Yeah.
So again, thank you for the invitation. When I was invited, I was asked to talk about digital disruptions, so online learning before, during, and after COVID-19. That's the spin I tried to give it. And the part I want to focus on is really on how digitalization has been an issue in higher education, and starting also from my own institution in the past, what is now changing, how it is really changing in the present through the crisis, how this is changing our views on digitalization, how this is changing our priorities. And then I'm going to tackle a bit about what we regard at my institution, what I regard professionally as the future issues that are going to be important. And then kind of a very, very short fade out, a very short coda, some personal thoughts on the relationship between digitalization and quality assurance, because I'm also curious how Johnson is going to view that issue. Now, you see from the timeline, and that's the basic story I want to share with you. Even though digitalization has been with us in the past for a long time, I would argue that in the past, it has mostly been an add-on to activities we've been doing. I will argue that a bit more in detail within the next couple of minutes. Now, in the present situation, and we're all, this is the first time that everything actually really feels globalized, because we're really sitting in the same boat in most of those cases when it comes to higher education. Now, digitalization is an absolute necessity. I have been talking to a lot of colleagues in the last couple of months, and it's quite funny. All those institutions that have been struggling with what shall we do with regard to digitalization, how do we get the money for it, how do we get the priority, how do we get the strategic management to cope and to care, this has been completely wiped out by the virus. Now everything is digital, and this has also some impact, but it also has some implications for the future. And then I think going from there, because at some point we will have vaccines, we will go out of this crisis, but digitalization will stay with us. It will have changed higher education through the way we're using it now. So it's going to become a key issue. That's the basic line of argumentation in my presentation. Now, talking about the past, it seems strange having this picture as a picture for the past. By the way, because you're not able to visit me right now, all the traveling is restricted. I'm not able to visit you in Indonesia. All the pictures I'm sharing are actually pictures, something that's important to understand my story. We have, Ilya has been so kind to present us as an institution with all the major accreditation seals. We're doing very well with regard to our ranking positions. We have about 50% of our students as international students, which is fairly unique for a university in Central Europe. But we are very much a campus university. All the students we have, they come here. Our understanding of teaching and learning is exchange on campus. We have always had digital formats, but as I said, only as an add-on, as many other institutions. So what you see here is, even though it looks a bit futuristic, that has been the past. Students sitting together, learning with each other, you see, without any social distancing, without any face mask. This is what teaching and learning at my institution has been about. This is what teaching and learning has been about in a lot of different institutions. Now you see further, that was the basic idea. You have teachers working with students, you have students communicating with each other. So in the past, as I have argued, online learning, and I'm just using my university as a use case, online learning, digitalization was very much an add-on. Internationally, we've seen the growing importance of digitalization on the discourse and policy level, though. You could not find, at least in Europe, in the European Union, you could not find a higher education strategy from any European country without the word digitalization in it. You could hardly find in the last years any strategic plan of a university, almost worldwide, without the word digitalization in it. Part of the research I'm doing is comparing institutional strategies on teaching and learning a comparative study across all the world. And digitalization has been featured very heavily in that. And we have had a lot of conferences before and seminars that have been focusing on digitalization. But like quality, it has been a very empty word, a very empty canvas. What digitalization means has been hardly explored. So digitalization, everyone agreed, would be very important, but most institutions were facing a lack of resources. Digitalization is expensive. You need to invest in infrastructure, you need to invest in software, you need to invest in skills, in know-how of the people, you need to invest in specialists. And this has been quite an issue. You have all this inertia within the institution, a reluctance from teachers, a lack of proper motivation to actually change the course to a blended learning format, change the course to an online learning format, because why should you do that? It has worked very well the other way around. Of course, you have always institutions like the Open Universities, Open University UK, for example, who have been thriving on delivering online education, online programs, online courses. Their whole model is a different one. But overall, for most institutions, they have been struggling with how actually to make that digitalization happen. The issues that were very much at the forefront when it comes to teaching and learning were, of course, blended learning. There's a big sub-discourse on that, inverted classrooms, hybrid learning, however you want to call it. And that was always about how do you actually blend things that are happening on campus with some online phases? How do you, as I said, add digitalization to the campus learning, to the campus experience? We've all seen the MOOCs trend emerging and then also fading out again, open educational resources. So still delivering massive online education, opening up educational resources was a very big part of the entire discourse on digitalization in higher education. And the focus was very much on learning platforms. Yeah, and that doesn't matter what you're using, or if you have to using one, if it's Moodle, still worldwide, one of the leading institutions, if it's commercial providers like Blackboard, if it's Canvas, if it's Desire to Learn, if it's a proprietary platform like the one we're using at my institution, learning platforms have been the focus of digitalization in teaching and learning in many ways. So digitalization very much here was seen, or I would argue, regarded as a very vague goal in itself. We need to digitalize higher education, whatever that means. But it was also as a goal, as a policy goal, as a strategic goal, mostly supporting other policy goals. So if you take a look at the discourses, a lot of it was about we need flexibility. We need to deliver to the needs of working students. We need to open up education for people who cannot come there. We need to open up new markets. So it was always, we want to grow. We want to bring in students with difficulties. We want to make sure that work-life balance, or that the teachers get a more flexible way of working in the patterns, that students are more flexible in what they use at what time and where. And this was very much at the heart of digitalization. Now, in the present, still my campus, but without the people. Yeah, and I think that's hardly our institution. Of course, it's a bit exaggerated. I'm, for example, still allowed to go to the office, and we still deliver a modest number of courses on campus in a very, very safe mode, hybrid mode, rotating mode. So we still try to do some on-campus teaching, but it really now is completely empty in most places. So we have had 23,000 students, more than half of them every day on the campus. We have a staff and faculty of more than 2,000, more than half of them every day on the campus. Now things look a bit more empty. Of course, we know the reason for that. And the one thing that we now need to deal with is how do we still function as a university without actually being able to provide things on site? So right now, everything suddenly is digital, and really everything. I'm not just talking about teaching and learning. We've been discussing at my university, just to give you an anecdotal example, we have been discussing at my university digitalizing all the support processes for years. There was not enough momentum, not enough money. Now we don't have to do anything with regard to accounting in a physical form or using paper anymore. Suddenly, within 2 months, the whole accounting process was digitalized in my university. Why? Because otherwise we wouldn't have been able to pay the bills. You could not deliver things on paper. There was not enough room for that. Everything now is digital. But it's very much a coping and crisis management mode. So I know that it's the same situation in Indonesia. I've also talked to colleagues over there. It's the same in the US. It's the same in Europe. It's the same also in Africa. Very much, we need to deliver. We need to find ways to survive. We need to do things so students get at least some education at the moment, that we keep our organizations function. And I think most of it works very well. But what I would also argue, what we see is, it's because it's a crisis management mode, it allows us to focus. There is still a lack of strategies and concepts. So companies like Canvas, companies like Zoom, they can hardly defend themselves against all the requests they're doing. So their stock is rising, their stock indices are soaring. They get more requests, they get more new clients than they can actually cope with. But this is because all the institutions now try to find a way to at least get through those coming months. Things will be very different in a couple of years from now. The focus now is less on massive education. The focus now is less on the learning platforms. We see video conferencing, like the system we're now using, is the current focus of most higher education institutions. How do we actually connect people online? How do we deliver lectures online? Digital interaction is becoming more and more important. Yeah. At my institution, we also thought, well, okay, it might be half a year, let's get through it. But now we're entering the third semester, and we all know that just by delivering lectures online, that's not going to work. So we need more collaboration, we need more interactivity, we need more student collaboration, but digitally enhanced, because it cannot happen on site. Online assessments, big issue. I've been invited to talking 3 different conferences by now, and has only been half a year. Now, we've been doing well with regard to online assessment. We had a system ready, and we moved to complete online assessments for thousands of students within 4 weeks. But for most institutions, this is the new focus, even more important than delivery. How do we actually cope with the assessments and the exams? And of course, all the support structures and processes, because faculty was not ready, and we see students are not ready. We're always talking about the students are more digital ready than the lecturers, but it's not true. We have been facing a lot of students having difficulties with accessing information, students who didn't have the proper equipment, students who didn't have the proper skills to deal with that equipment. So now support structures that are helping people preparing for exams, going through exams, preparing for lectures, delivering those lectures, this has all become even more important than in the past. So the open questions here are, how is this actually changing teaching and learning? How is it going to change higher education as a whole? How much of the things we're currently doing will actually stay, and how much of it will be sustainable? I'm already seeing, at least in the European context, in Central Europe, in Western Europe, a lot of discourses emerging, led by teachers, led by academics. But you know, once it's over, we want to get back from the emergency mode. We want to get back on campus. Don't forget about on-campus teaching. We already see a lot of worries all around. How is it going to change funding schemes? How is it going to change how within national systems, higher education institutions are going to be treated? And again, just to share you an anecdote, until last year, building new parts of university campuses of the public universities has been something that universities have been negotiating with the government and the ministry, because it has been a priority. Now, 1 year later, and because most governments will have to go through some severe austerity programs again, there's going to be saving on the horizon also in the education system and education sector. So already the narrative is emerging, well, you're doing so well with all the online things. Why do you need extensions of your campus? We have now all seen that it works the other way around. So a big question, how is this emergency mode going to change what we're doing? So what about the future? At my institution, we're currently preparing for the future. So the images on the right side you're seeing is a part, the icons are indicating parts of a big project we're doing, evaluating with different instruments and from different perspectives how we have been doing in the last 8 months, what needs to be changed, what what needs to stay, and we're going to prepare it very thoroughly. We're doing a tour through all our academic departments now, trying to determine what will the future of our own institution look like 1 or 2 years from now. So talking about the future, I think we will see some much stronger links between strategy and online learning or digitalization as a whole. And I think that if the strategies will be much more differentiated than they're now. Now you see just digitalization and a couple of initiatives in those strategies. I think in the near future and midterm future, we will see much stronger links, much more concrete strategic issues, because now it's also a matter of how our university is going to work in the future. We're going to see much more on the reflective side. What does it actually mean to be a university? And we can already see there's a couple of news flashes that go by, but I think some experts very, very cautiously monitor them. I don't know how many of you were aware, but Alphabet, the concern, the conglomerate behind Google, they have also had a major switch in terms of their staff development policy. For the first time, they're delivering most of their staff development on their own. So they're not requiring assistance by other education institutions again. I mean, they have the technology, they have built the know-how. What's keeping big companies, big tech companies with the know-how and the technology to actually deliver education? Some of them have already started doing that. And what makes the difference between them as a provider and universities as a provider? What will it mean? What will, how will also be research linked to that? What is going to change about that? I think we'll see digitalization as an integrated part of all operations, as we're already experiencing to see, but with a twist. So even now we're experiencing, and let me just take the example of online assessments again. When we were introducing the online assessments now, we were the first university in Central Europe to do so, and it worked very well. But the online assessments we're using now as part of the emergency mode is not going to be the same model we're going to use 1 or 2 years from now. Why? Because through the emergency mode, we were also able to wiggle around data protection issues. We will wiggle around security issues. We had to improvise some of the things. So that's not to say what we're doing was illegal, but if you want a sustainable solution, you cannot go from what you did through an emergency. You need to go through a very thorough new process. So many of the things we have built, we need to integrate now. We have to stabilize them, but they're not going to stay necessarily the same as they have been so far. What do we also see for the future? I think we're not going to talk that much about blended learning again. I think we're going to talk rather about seamless learning in most of our institutions. So how do we actually really blend campus learning and online learning? Yeah, we've come from a past where most of it was campus. Now we're in a present where almost everything is online. Where do we move from that? How do we cope? What needs to be delivered on site? What can be delivered online? How do you actually mix that within a program? Do you want entire programs just online? Do you want entire programs just on site? What about the cost incurred about that? I think this will be a much stronger strategic discourse in the near future, leading to new concepts, new standards, new processes, new infrastructure, new combinations of infrastructure. I think the big silo platforms, their time is over. We will have multi-component online learning environments in most higher education institutions, and we will also have to find new ways of evaluating learning effectiveness. So already coming to an end, because I know that when it's online and you're spending almost a whole day online, there's only so much you can stomach within one presentation. So a couple of things I wanted to share here. I think we will see much more hybrid teaching and hybrid learning emerging in the future. That's what I already said. That's part of the seamless learning concept. We will have, at least in parts of the world, a stronger discourse. Where are the opportunities from the crisis? Could we actually make use of all this digitalization to allow for some greener mobility, student exchange, student collaboration, international collaboration with all the excessive traveling around? I think that's already happening as a discourse, and that's going to be boosted by what we're currently experiencing. I'd be more than interested to hear DAAD's views on that, but I think that is something that is certainly on the horizon to be discussed. We will have to focus more on effective online assessments. When we're doing the interviews with lecturers, most of them are arguing the same way. Yes, we can do things online, we can even assess things online, but the way we're doing it, it means we're missing out on some important learning outcomes. So the whole constructive alignment issue, the whole issue of outcome-based education is not so easy to follow through if everything is online. So what will that mean? We will see more individualized learning, because now, even now, students start to complain again that it has been fine for the first couple of months, but now they want to stop again being just part of an anonymous mass of students to whom a lecture is delivered. They want to become recognized as someone again. You have all those different problems of people also when it comes to digitalization. So individualization in combination with digitalization, I think, will be again a very, very interesting issue. Quality assurance of online learning. I'm curious about what Johnson is going to talk about that. Sorry. But I think, again, most universities now had to cope. And I just attended a conference on Friday with colleagues from different QA agencies from around Europe. And QAA, the British agency, also said, well, what they did in this phase was they issued guidelines, but know your regulations. Yeah, because it was not the time for new regulations. Institutions still had to struggle. I think we will see new regulations emerging, and we need those new regulations because online learning is not online learning. So we already see a big variance in terms of quality delivered at most of the institutions I'm aware of. Digital skills will be even more important and become even more important, and also because it can be easily or more easily connected now to the way that we deliver teaching. Accessibility and inclusion. Now, this has been, at least in a European context, a political issue for a long time, a policy issue for a long time. But now the whole issue emerges with a vengeance, because we already see that not every student is equally equipped, that some of them have troubles approaching, accessing what we deliver online, and that's going to be a big issue in the future as well. And of course, we will see new providers. I've already mentioned the example of Alphabet. We will see parish providers. I think we will see a huge shakeup globally for higher education institutions. As I already said, there's going to be countries with less money. There's going to be institutions that have been struggling. Student markets are already shifting. You see how the UK are really, really worried about the future, because what happens if the international students don't come here? You've all seen the discourse in the US on on actually keeping students away from the US because of the additional risk, part of the policy of the Trump administration. That's going to change markets, that's going to change institutions. We'll see new funding mechanisms emerging. And yeah, so these are just a bit more of the broader contextual issues. Now, as I promised in the beginning, not too long, and ending with quality assurance with a note that's probably, maybe, hopefully also leading over to what Johnson is going to share. As you've seen from the introduction, I have basically two jobs at my university. So I'm responsible for our teaching and learning operations and our program portfolio, but I'm also responsible for our quality management system and accreditations. So combining both hats, my personal assessment on digitalization and quality assessment is that we see that COVID-19 has already disrupted higher education in a major way, and it will lead to a strategic rehaul in many places. I'm not going to repeat myself. I think I tried to argue that throughout my presentation. I already see that it has changed quality assurance within the last half a year, but mostly in its processes. So I already had the pleasure to be part of two online assessment teams, one in Ireland, one in Iceland, and it's changing. Yeah, suddenly you get reviewers from all across Europe because they don't need to fly there. The visits are different, the structure is different, but that's just on the processual level. What I think will take much more time, because usually QA is not that quick, is changing the approaches to digitalization in higher education. So I will be curious how well quality assurance is adapting to that as well. Because I believe that first institutions need to adapt, and then the quality standards are going to emerge. Then the ways they approach digitalization and education are going to change as well. Because if you take a look at most quality assurance policies and guidelines now, again, digitization is very much an add-on or a sub-variant of the current way of education. I think with the differentiation on the horizon, we're going to see more differentiated QA approaches emerging as well. That's about it. Thank you so much for your attention. Looking forward to see Johnson's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fettori. That's very nice, broad, but also very deep, based on your expertise also, and also your experience. I think very keen to see the question and also the comment from the audience. For Mr. Johnson, are you ready right now?
Yeah. Thank
please,
you so much.
Please do.
Yeah. Pull up the presentation by the administrator.
Yeah. Please, Mas Zul, can you show the screen of the presentation of Mr. Ong? Hello. Sorry. Mr. Zul, in the back, are you ready?
All right. A very good afternoon. The Director General of Higher Education, directors, distinguished speaker, Olivia.
Yeah.
And also distinguished guests.
Yeah.
So my topic for this afternoon will be about quality assurance of the digital learning in a disruptive era. So my focus on the topic will cover 5 key areas. One is on the needs for quality assurance framework in digital learning. I think it's important to understand the rationale behind why do we need to have a quality assurance in the digital learning. Digital learning is not very new. I remember many years back where we had started with the CD-ROM, and then we go into the web-based learning, and then we go into MOOC, and then we have the learning management system, and then we have the mobile learning. But why do we need to have a quality assurance framework now? So I think we need to answer that why before we talk about implementing a quality assurance framework for digital learning. Quality assurance indicators, I think, are important before we could actually learn how to evaluate the effectiveness of digital learning. Without measuring, I think it's quite difficult for us to make an improvement over the way that how we organize our teaching and learning and student assessment over the internet. There's also important how we can actually align our quality assurance framework, in particularly to the AUN/QA framework, because we are in the ASEAN context. And many of the universities have actually implemented AUN/QA framework, and we want to see how we can actually best align the quality assurance framework of digital learning to the AUN/QA framework. And finally, I will end with my speech on how can we redesign our digital learning, looking at the 5R. So could we have the next slide? All right, and the next one.
Masul,
Next one, yes.
please.
Move to the next slide, yeah.
So, there's any problem?
So I'm going to look at the
Yeah.
needs for the quality assurance. There was a survey done by the Global Education Innovation Initiative at Harvard and also from the OECD about the COVID-19 education responses sometime in March 2020. And it's quite interesting that the respondent, more than 80% of the respondents claim that continuity of academic learning for students is of the most important. So greater than 90% of the respondents actually mentioned that it is very critical to prioritize continuation of academic learning for students. Because I don't think we would accept where learning really stopped, because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Next. Now, looking at the challenges of implementing the continuity of academic learning in the COVID-19, 90% of the respondents say it is one of the most challenging areas for them to continue academic learning in face of the COVID-19 pandemic. Next. And next. There was also another survey carried out by QS, the ranking agency, where we talk about how university going to adopt in continuing academic learning in the COVID-19 outbreak. And about 50% of them say that they will switch to online learning because of the COVID-19. Next. And this was further confirmed by AACSB Business Education Intelligence that 51% of respondents had converted their face-to-face courses to virtual or online courses. It is much less in the American, where only about 44% will convert from face-to-face to virtual, but much higher in the Asia Pacific. Close to 67% of them have agreed to convert the face-to-face into online or virtual learning. And I think that makes quality assurance even more important in the Asia Pacific region, and in particularly ASEAN, because we have one of the largest numbers of universities in the world. Next. Another survey was actually asked about student interest in studying their degree online. And I think it's quite the opposite, that close to 60% of them have only slight interest or even not interested at all to study online because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Why students are not interested then in studying online? So there must be some reason that relate to the quality of education or the quality and effectiveness of learning. And I think that makes quality assurance more important. Interestingly, EU Multi-Rank, the ranking agencies from Europe, from the study, it mentioned that 2/3 of the university are not prepared to switch to online learning. And only 1/3 of them are prepared to go full online. So I think it is important now to see how quality assurance could actually guide university in preparing for their online learning. Next. But I think the lesson from MOOC is important for online learning. If we were to base on past completion rate of all MOOC participants, it is surprising to see that only 3 to 6% of the participants really completed courses on MOOC. If we were to base on verified students, close to about 46 to 56% of them actually completed the courses on MOOC because they need to have the certificate. Next. Next again. A survey was also carried out among the ASEAN youth regarding the COVID-19. And in the survey, 64% of full-time students use online education tools more actively during the COVID-19. However, 30% of them were actually first-time users. So we could see that they are really very new to online learning. Of the respondents, 70% of them believe that increased usage of online education will last post-COVID-19. So where online learning going to end when COVID-19 had been subdued? The answer may or may not be. It is very likely that digital learning will carry on for a long time to come. Next. In the similar survey, 69% of the ASEAN youth found it difficult to study remotely during the COVID-19, and 7% of them say that it was almost impossible for them to learn through digital learning. 31% of respondents found study from home easy, and 13% of them reported no constraint at all. So we could see that about 60% of them found very challenging for them to study remotely at home. Obviously, there are many factors that could affect online learning at home. One could be the lack of digital skill. Second could be inadequacy or unavailability of quality and affordable internet connection. I remember reading news from Indonesia about one of the teachers had to walk from her home to every single student in her province in order to make learning effective, because digital connection was not possible in the province. So connectivity is one of the critical issues when it comes to digital learning. Digital learning had also caused an economic output drop of almost 1.5% when we stopped education. It's also found that the gap in educational opportunity between the have and the have not, between the rich and the poor. Children with internet access, computers, supportive families fare better than those who do not. So I think there is a urgent and critical needs for us to address, particularly those students who are at disadvantage in terms of network connectivity, or in terms of the qualities of computers, or maybe they don't have computers at all to make the connection possible. Next. And next again. Next. Now, the quality assurance framework for digital learning become more important. It become a necessity because of the tremendous conversion of face-to-face into online learning. It is also important because how can we make digital learning more sustainable after the post-COVID-19? So we need to have some guidance on the way that how we can ensure the quality of learning through digital means. Next. First, we need to look at the educational philosophy. So when we talk about educational philosophy, we talk about the belief in the way that how we want to educate our children and our students. What is your university educational philosophy on digital learning during and after the COVID-19 pandemic? I think university leaders may have to reflect on the educational philosophy, in particularly the post-COVID-19 pandemic. Is digital learning going to be continue after the COVID-19, or is it going to be stopped and revert back to the old normal? So I think leaders of the university need really to reflect upon what could be the philosophy of learning in the post-COVID-19 era. Next. Now, in the design of digital learning, there is no difference between conventional curriculum design. Program and learning outcomes are still very important in digital learning. There's a need for us to look at stakeholder needs We need to look at the markets. We need to look at the employers and the set of skills that could be required in the future. So whether you're on a digital learning or a face-to-face learning, the programs and learning outcome are unlikely to change to increase employability and employment. So according to LinkedIn, these are some of the top soft skills and hard skills that could be required for both digital learning and face-to-face learning. Next. Likewise, in the World Economic Forum, we can see most of the required skills in the future are very much related to innovation, whether it is analytical thinking, whether it's about creativity, originality, technological design, critical thinking, problem solving, reasoning, and so on. They are very much related to innovation. And therefore, digital learning need to promote, need to encourage innovation. Next. We can also see a trend in terms of what could be expected in the future and what could be important. If we were to look at the top right-hand corner, you can see that leadership, communication, negotiation, digital skill, advanced IT, critical thinking, creativity, project management, and technology design are growing in terms of importance. And therefore, I think digital learning need to address those set of future skills that students may need to increase their employment as well as employability. Next. When we have examined the educational philosophy as well as the program and learning outcome, we need to look at the learning design for digital means. There are a variety of learning methods that are important, and I think we need to look at them, whether we should learn in groups, in the community, or even as an individual. Now, this table gives you some of the learning methods that could be possible through individual, groups, and community, whether we are looking at low-order thinking skill or high-order thinking skill. So there are varieties of methods that we can actually use online, besides having a face-to-face interaction. Next. Next, please. Now, beside the learning methods, the other factors could be the learning environment. This was a set of survey that was carried out during the COVID-19 in China. About 40,000 students were actually involved in this particular survey. So I think we can see the importance of the learning environment. It is still important whether it's a face-to-face or digital learning, that there must be a clarity in terms of expression. There must be feedback given to the student. There must be some preparedness in terms of the course material being given before the lessons. And the pace of learning and submission of homework and assignments are equally important. Next. Next, please. In another survey about learning environment, I and my colleague basically conducted the self-assessment report writing online over 2 weeks for over about close to 70 participants. And we actually make a survey after the training on these 8 different factors. And the respondents claim that they are very important, especially in terms of the learning environment. Pre-workshop instructions are very useful in digital learning. I think it is important for us to prepare the student before the digital learnings begin. It is also important that the online learning environment is conducive and friendly. The relationship between both the facilitators or the teachers and the student. The use of visuals and multimedia are equally effective in transmitting or transferring learning. The choice of platform is also important, whether you are using Zoom or Team or whatever platform that is used. It had to be simple and very easy for the student. The content need to be structured and easy to follow, and there must be ample opportunity for discussion and participation and interaction. So these are some of the important factors that need to be considered in the design of digital learning environment, which is very close to the face-to-face. Next, please. Next is about device usage. All right, from this diagram, we can see that the time spent, the numbers of minutes spent on devices, is important in terms of whether it's effective or not effective. According to the study, whether 0 minute or greater 90 minutes have no significant difference between the usage of 1 to 60 minutes. So I think it's important that the use of devices, whether it should be not used at all, or whether it should be used to an extended period of more than 90 minutes, need to be decided by the teacher to ensure effective learning. All right, this is another survey that was about optimum time used on devices for homework. Like the earlier survey, all right, whether there should be 0 usage or there should be greater than 60 minutes usage. So we can see that it's important for us to decide or even design the amount of time that students need to spend on the devices to help them in learning. Next, please. And next. Next, please. The next factor is about global classroom. Although COVID-19 has restricted traveling, but I think we should not ignore about the global environment. I think it is equally important in the digital learning that we need to have this global connectivity. We need to have this collaborative learning, and we need to build and develop intercultural competences among the students. So I think the design of digital learning, we need to incorporate a global curriculum and learning outcome into the syllabus so that we could still develop and train students and our graduates to be intercultural competence, as well as in terms of a global mindset. Next, please. And the last part of learning design is about learning assessment. We can use a variety of asynchronous and synchronous platforms to help us to design our digital learning. So a blended learning could be a very good way of how we could design our pre-class training, during class lesson, and post-class lesson using various asynchronous and synchronous platform. And I think it goes very well with the learning outcome, where the pre-class are more for the low order thinking skill, and the post-class can actually addresses the high order thinking skill. Next, please. Now, in terms of
can you proceed in 5 minutes?
Yeah, right. So in terms of learning integrity, I think this is one of the most crucial areas that we need to look at. In particular, if we were to look at this survey that was carried out, many of the faculty members changed the kind of assignment or exam because of the digital learning. Next, please. We need to look at academic integrity because students may cheat on exam. Now, there was cases reported in Singapore, in particular with the National University of Singapore, that students basically abuse the COVID-19 measure to cheat during exam. Next, please. So how can we overcome this cheating of examination in digital learning? And that is through the use of artificial intelligence to help us to survey the students' computers and also their activities. Next, please. Now, this diagram here basically shows you the different kind of proctoring software that can be used to detect cheating, all right, in student during written examination. Next, please. The next factors about quality assurance digital learning is about technology and infrastructure. Now, there are many kinds of technology that can be used, from artificial intelligence to virtual reality to augmented reality and so on and so forth. So we can consider a varieties of different kinds of technology to be used in online learning. Next, please. And obviously, there are basically two types of technology that we can use, both synchronous learning and asynchronous learning. Next, please. So we can use them for varieties of different kind of learning, as you can see from this diagram here. Next, please. And this is an example of how asynchronous learning can be conducted. Next, please. Now, technology can be used for different way in terms of online learning. We can use it as a form of substitution, or we can use it as a form of augmentation or modification or redefinition of our curriculum. So I think as a designer, we need to know what could be the best in terms of increasing the effectiveness of learning. Next, please. Now, in the design of experience is important. How can we interact with the student? How could we make learning more comfortable and seamless? So there are four factors that we can look at in terms of experience design. One is desirability, usability, comfortability, and adaptability. Next, please. On infrastructure, a study was carried out in Australia, and they found that digital learning basically impact on learning. There was actually a drop in some of the skills, numeracy, mathematics, and English language, especially for those disadvantaged students. And that's the reason why we need to look at accessibility, connectivity, and reliability of network of those affected students. Next, please. And not to forget about privacy and security of the network. Next, please. We also need to look at the holistic ecosystem of digital support and resources and tools that are made available to both students as well as faculty members. Next, please. Now, these are some of the pedagogical dimensions that are important in supporting faculty members. All right. For example, like learning-centered environment, having material and learning style and learning context being aligned to the pedagogical approaches. Next, please. Now, in terms of remote support, all right, this was actually a survey that was carried out, and they find that information on the use to support students are important besides supporting faculty members. Next, please. Next, please. And these are some of the assistance that could be provided, all right, from the institution to the faculty members and also from the student. Next, please. Next. Could I have the next slide? All right, so students need collaborative support in digital learning to give them feedback, to give them guidance. So a collaborative suite of services and support need to be considered in the design of the digital learning. Next, please. So I'll go through very quickly on some of the indicators that could be possible to measure the effectiveness of learning, from the alignment of educational philosophy to the measurement of program and learning outcome, to learning design, learning method, learning environment, as well as learning assessment. Next, please. Likewise, there must also be indicators for us to measure technology and infrastructure, as well as support services provided in the digital learning. Next. So how can we align this assurance of digital learning to the AUNQA framework? Now, I think many of you are very familiar with the AUNQA version 3 with 11 criteria. So we can see a match of the different factors in designing quality assurance of digital learning with the AUNQA framework version 3. And lastly, how can we redesign our digital learning? Now, this is a 5R strategy. I think most universities have some kind of digital learning even before the COVID-19 pandemic. They don't have to reinvent the wheel. They could basically review their current state of learning, the policies and pedagogical approaches and the resources, and identify the gap between the face-to-face and the online learning, and redefine the needs of effective student learning, in particular relating to during and COVID-19. And how can we close the gap? Then a prototype could actually be developed to remodel learning and teaching, to put them on a trial on a small group of students. And once we have the prototype and tested and implemented, then we can actually refine the teaching and learning prototype, all right, to go into a university-wide implementation. So the final step will be to rebuild our teaching and learning framework for institutional implementation, as well as for long-term sustainability and quality. And then it go back to review, all right? So this is a strategy that could help in terms of redesigning the digital learning. So thank you very much. And sorry for taking up more than what I've been allocated. Back to you.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ong. And there are plenty of questions here listed in the chat room. First for Dr. Victory and also for you, Mr. Ong. So let me pinpoint some of the questions, which is maybe relevant to both of the presenters. The first is from Unpar, from Universitas Parahyangan, Mr. Magathir Sutomorang, especially to Dr. Vettori, since the input and process of our conventional learning have fundamentally changed, does it mean that we are going to be focusing on outputs and outcomes and the impact? So we need your comment. And also maybe there is comment also need a comment also how to perform the effective psychomotor and attitude on the assessment. I think and also do we have any university in the world that have a perfect quote unquote system that can be seen as a role model of the assessment in this digital change? So and also maybe this is also for both of you, that QA relies on the standard, and should be the standard change first, or maybe the practice change and then the standard comes afterwards. So maybe for the first round, Dr. Fitari can respond first, and then to Mr. Ong.
All right, thank you. These are all very, very good questions. With regard to we focus more on outcome and impact. I think yes, but I think it has nothing to do with the COVID-19 crisis. So even before that, we have seen a much more focus globally on impact and questions of impact. And I think that's going to stay with us, because my honest answer is COVID and the digitalization is changing our approaches to everything: input, processes, outcome, and impact. So we will have to tackle those questions with regard to every part of those processes. But the impact questions have been here before and they're going to stay. With regard to the whole question of how do we actually assess psychomotoric and also emotional, how do we assess that? I think that's a pretty important question. And there have been first attempts to do so. But as I said, right now, it's very difficult to answer the questions because most universities, most higher education institutions in the emergency mode focused on the things, on the low-hanging fruits. How can we actually just assess our students, assess their learning? The whole discussion on what do we do with higher learning outcomes, what do we do with different learning outcomes is still out there and still needs to be tackled. So at my own institution, we're having big problems with everything related to social competences, team skills, etc., doing that purely online. There probably are ways, but it's difficult to get there. So I think this is part of what I meant for the future. And concluding my answer and then handing over to Johnson, I have argued in the last couple of weeks at other events before that I think we will see a more differentiated approach also within the disciplines. You need a different hybrid learning approach for medicine than you need for engineering, that you need for social sciences, than you need for humanities. And I think part of the problems of most digitalization strategies for universities was that they did not tackle the disciplinary differences. So they were focusing on a very abstract, broad level. Let's do blended learning, let's do online learning for all the programs. And you need different approaches for different programs and for different program level learning outcomes. And I think we will see more of that in the future.
About the question of the standard, should we change the standard first or the practice first, then standard can come forward?
Okay,
what do you
that's
think?
almost a philosophical question. You know, there's both approaches are out there and you have advocates for both. My personal favorite is we start with the process, we start with the activity, and the standard then comes later. But I also know a lot of policymakers and managers who prefer to start with the standard and then develop a process that delivers to those standards. I'm more an emergent strategy, emergent standard type. So I like to start with practice and then see where it builds.
Yeah. I actually agree with Dr. Olivia that we need to look at the good practices first. I think it is important for various university practitioners to actually try out the different ways of how digital learning, whether through the teaching pedagogy or even online learning, online assessment. And it's from these good practices that we can actually accumulate them and form into certain standards. All right. So I think it is more advantageous if we were to look at the good practices, and based on these good practices that we come out with the standard rather than the other way around, because the standard may not really, induce good practices later on. Yeah. So at least it had been tested, it had been proven that they are good practices, and of course these good practices could be implemented that cut across different university, different country, for example. Yeah.
Yeah. Based on your experience and also your maybe past interaction with many universities, and what is actually the critical material that really do matters in this change? So could you pinpoint those critical materials? And then there is one question from the rector of Universitas Telkom. Telkom or Telkom. Is that any perfect university, quote unquote, can be regarded as a role model? Can you outline this? The critical.
Yeah. Let me also try to address the psychomotor and also the affective domain first before we actually come to this. Now, most of the psychomotor are basically related to physical skill. All right. 2 weeks ago, I was in a webinar with the Professional Teacher Association of the Philippines. And the association basically discussed how we can actually train social emotional skill virtually, you know. And we see how, for example, exercises, physical exercises, in terms of health, in terms of mental development, could be actually be done through online. So we have teachers that actually videotape or even demonstrate some of the psychomotor skill online. And of course, they could actually get students to work together with the teacher in practicing this in a synchronous platform. Alternatively, in particular, the use of equipment, all right, because for example, like science or even engineering, where you need to use certain equipment to practice psychomotor skill. Then an alternative means through the use of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality could become a reality, right, through digital learning. Uh, for example, in 3 weeks ago, I was doing an online assessment at Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok, and we were actually looking at dentistry, and clinical training and assessment is so important for dentistry students. And how can they make sure that student is able to operate the machines, the various tools, or even the dental chair? And of course, they have various technology simulator, for example, to actually help them to overcome the limitation of student not being able to go to the lab or even carry out clinical training. Now, in terms of affective domain, one of the pedagogical approaches that we could suggest is using experiential learning. I think exponential learning has been a very powerful, effective pedagogical approach in terms of training the mind and training the heart. So in the digital learning, we can actually design exponential learning. All right, we can actually get students, for example, to observe a particular event or even to do a particular activity. And then we could actually have a synchronous class where we can get students to reflect upon what they have observed or what they have done. And we could have a post-class project, for example, getting students to perform certain services, like they can contribute to the community services based on the assignment that they have. So the exponential learning can be designed in a way that we can actually help to measure the affective domain, the social emotional skill of the student. So there are still possibility through a blended design, all right, through both digital and non-digital means. Yeah. So that could be possible in how we could actually assess psychomotor and also in terms of effective learning outcome. Now, in terms of who would be the best in terms of role modeling of digital learning, I think this is very, very new to many of the universities. And I think most universities are still struggling in how they can actually sustain or even make an effective teaching and learning through online or digital means. I think we could probably learn from different providers in the way that how learning can take place. One of the things that I realized is the structure of the lesson itself. I think digital attention is very short as compared to a face-to-face interaction. You know, a student get easily disrupted in a digital world. There might be a notification from Facebook, from Instagram, from TikTok, and therefore the student attention span will drop because of this notification and interruption. So I think in the design of the lesson plan, it is good for it to be short. Each lesson should be short. And for each lesson, there should be a formative assessment to make sure that actually students understood what they have learned all right, and they can basically track the understanding and learning of the student. So that could be one areas in terms of how university or designer can actually structure the lessons and the syllabus and the course over a semester period. Now, the second area is about assessment. I think written examination, where most of the universities rely very heavily during the face-to-face, may not be as reliable in the digital environment. So one of the suggestions is to avoid the use of written examination because students may cheat or they might find some other means, to plagiarize somebody's work. So one of the suggestions is to move away from written exam in a digital environment. So work on project, for example, on problem-based projects that give them more authentic in the use of different kind of skill, not just remembering, that is low order thinking. So doing project work, problem-based learning could actually help in terms of addressing the high order thinking skill. So those could be possible in terms of how we can actually redesign in terms of assessment in the digital environment. Now, infrastructure technology choices are important because I think particularly in Indonesia, where you have so many islands, and how can we ensure that we are able to reach out every single student in every corner of the Indonesian island? Yeah. So I think the choices of technology, connectivity, even some way of giving away computers and laptops, even mobile devices to some of the underprivileged students could be important, because from study, we can see that those people who are actually at a disadvantage, they lose out in terms of learning in the digital environment, but not for those who can afford computers, a good connectivity, good network. So I think university must pay particular attention to those who are at a disadvantage. For those that are in a very remote area where connectivity is so bad, what other alternative can the university offer, beside a weak Wi-Fi connection? So I think these are some of the areas that we could do rather than looking at a role model for one particular university, but looking at some of the good practices that we can see across the different providers and university practices. Yeah.
Yeah. More question about how can we measure the in arts? Do you have Dr. Vettori or you have some kind of experience of how delivering the leadership and also the feeling and and also how to assess this one? Maybe comment from Dr. Vettori first, maybe, or maybe.
Yeah, that's again a very good question. Maybe just two sentences before that, because the question was about where are the ideal institutions we can learn from, or the ideal. Johnson already answered it in the same way. I see a lot of good practices, most of them discipline-based. So I find it very difficult to say this is an institution that has it all covered, because some of them are doing fine and doing good practices in medicine. Some of them are doing it in arts. Some of them are doing it in humanities. I think one of the obstacles in the past was that many central administration leaders, many central administration units have too little knowledge about what is going on in specific disciplines and sub-disciplines. That makes it often difficult because we always forget that our institutions are actually a bundle of different disciplines and interdisciplinary connections. Now about art, I know that our art universities in music, in building arts, in painting are still struggling. But they have already come up with creative solutions. I mean, the fact that arts very often has like an individual teaching process. So you very hardly have one teacher with 100 students that then need to be assessed. Very often you have a master pupil model, at least in the European context of art education. That means they have come up with a lot of models where they keep the distance, where the teacher still has a way of getting together with the students, where you still have an opportunity to assess their work and their progress, not only online. I think the bigger problem right now is audiences, but that's not unique for arts universities. That's unique for the whole cultural and art sector at the moment. What do you do if your only audiences are actually in front of a screen, in front of a radio, and everything is electronically modulated and digitally transmitted? I think that's a big issue for arts and culture as a whole. We'll see a lot of changes in that sector as well. I don't have a feeling that it's very unique for the arts institutions, higher education institutions in my country. I have a feeling that they have most of the things covered, but not what they're going to do with things that require interaction and an audience. Yeah, performance, for example, for a bigger group, for an orchestra, that's still a big problem because they're not actually, you need to test them before you do that. And that's my last answer to that. Many of our institutions have now started to actually invest in testing strategies. So you test the people before they come together in an ensemble, in an orchestra, in a group, before they actually join for those things. And you cannot do that for the audience because it would come too expensive.
Okay, thank you. I think there is also a very interesting question from Sebastian from the DAAD. This is also maybe philosophical. That are we developing online education dogma? There is a discernible inherent bias that online teaching and learning is more effective. Should we guard it this or maybe against that? Okay. Have you any idea?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Sebastian. Hi, by the way.
Right.
I'm not sure I see that there is this inherent assumption that it's more effective. On the contrary, I see a lot of academics and also students debating the effectiveness of online education. What I see is that most people now seem to think it's more efficient. Yeah, and I think we have to be very careful because right now it's the only opportunity in most cases. So of course it's more efficient. But I also remember the times when, as I said in my presentation, it was still an add-on in the strategy. There were a lot of experts who would claim that it's actually not more resource efficient. If you want to combine efficiency and effectiveness, if you want the same results for online teaching, then it's at least as expensive as on-site teaching and on-site learning. So you also have a different way, you have different kinds of costs, but it's still expensive. So I don't think I see a lot of assumptions it's more effective. But in a time where we're all heading to the next economic crisis, I'm afraid efficiency for the next couple of years will be a major driver of the process.
Okay. Does the higher education ecosystem view online equivalent or at least comparable to online degrees? So how maybe students see that need, or maybe the parents, or maybe the employers, because maybe most of the issue right now is the change of the people, for instance, that not only receiving
So we lost you.
few. All right. What is your opinion, maybe, Mr. Om?
I didn't get some of the question because I think it was lost along the way.
Okay. The higher education ecosystem view online learning as an equivalent or at least comparable to the offline degree. So what is actually or view from the maybe 360 perspective of not only from the institution but of student or maybe the parents or maybe the employers. So any idea?
I think what the issue is the credibility of the online education. would the society accept? Would basically employer trust the institution in delivering the online education? And are the graduate as good as those face-to-face education? So I think it is still too early for us to understand the effectiveness of online education. Let's take, for example, we talk about distant learning. Distant learning is not new. Distant learning have been around for a few decades. Yeah, and I think if the quality assurance of distant learning is taken into consideration, you could still have very good distant learning in terms of the quality and in terms of recognition and trust. So I think online learning will actually need some tests, to prove themselves that they are as good as a distant learning, in a physical setting or even in a remote setting. Yeah, I think there are many areas that are still not answered, in particularly relating to the assessment of the student and the graduate, how good they are in terms of online assessment. How can we assure that the student have that competencies, in carrying out a particular task or carrying out a particular job or a particular profession. So I think it will take some time for us to accept that, through online education. And of course, a tuition fee, student would just expect that the cost of education will drop in online education. And can universities sustain, in terms of reduction in funding, or even reduction in tuition fee? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ong, and also Dr. Pitori. I think this is a very broad discussion, and also lots of question response from the audience. It is not everything maybe can be delivered by me because of the time. And again, thank you for your speech and for your presentation. And we do really hope that in the future we can develop more further discussion in more, maybe in various venue and also opportunity. And also thank you for the audience that who are already gave the response. And I do apologize that if not every question can be discussed throughout this session. And I will give back to Ms. Dewanti, and thank you, and hopefully everything goes well and healthy. Both of you, Mr. Ong, and also
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. But we would like to take some pictures together before we end this first session of seminar. To all participants, please on the camera so we can take picture of us entirely. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, continue to the next sessions. And this second sessions will be led by moderator, Dr. B.M. Purwanto.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dewanti. I would like to introduce myself. I am Bernardinus Purwanto from Universitas Gadjah Mada, and I will assess the next two speakers in this session number 2. And before, I would like to say good afternoon to Professor Nizam, Mr. Thomas Settler, Professor Aris Junaidi, Dr. Vettori, Dr. Ong Chibin, and also Dr. Yuto Kitamura and Professor Peter Meyer. On behalf of the committee, I would like to say that we are very grateful that you are willing to contribute your rich experience, your insightful perspective in the seminars. And the first session is Dr. Yuto Kitamura that will deliver the presentations. And this is, please take a few moments to observe the curriculum vitae of Dr. Yuto Kitamura. Dr. Yuto Kitamura is from University of Tokyo, and the topic that he will discuss is internationalization in the new normal. Dr. Yuto Kitamura will have 30 minutes to deliver the presentations, and then after Dr. Yuto Kitamura presentation, Professor Peter Meyer will deliver the presentations with the topic of international experiences in higher education. And I will assist the two speakers. I will observe the questions from the participants, and then I will probably summarize the questions and ask the speakers to respond to that questions. So this is Dr. Yuto Kitamura. The time is yours. Hello, Dr. Yuto Kitamura. Dr. Yuto Kitamura. Probably we have to wait for a minute for Dr. Yuto Kitamura to join.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I was muted by the host.
Okay,
so
thank you.
I'm sorry. And I was sending the message.
Yes, thank you. The time is yours.
I apologize. Thank you. Thank you very much. And let me just thank you. Thank you. So can you hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. I mean, there has been some technical problems. Thank you very much for Professor Nizam and organizers and my distinguished guests for giving me this precious opportunity to discuss about the internationalization of higher education in the era of new normal. I'd like to highlight, I also like to appreciate Dr. Pruanto for moderating this session. Thank you. And in my presentation, I would like to highlight the objective of the internationalizing higher education in this difficult situation with COVID-19. Ultimately, why we would like to internationalize our higher education systems, because I would say one of the very important purpose is to promote regional harmonizations, making young people as well as older generations understand each other, and then realizing the harmony and then peace in the regions. However, today, because due to the COVID-19, we have a big challenge to promote the internationalization of higher education. So today's discussion, I really tried to share my insights on this topic. So first, I just would like to make clear that the higher education in Asia Pacific is quite unique. It's been dynamically expanding the system, and then we are in the process of establishing a new system of higher education in the regions, which may be not exactly same as other bigger areas, bigger regions where has already developed the higher education system, namely North America and Europe. Of course, we have borrowed the model, Western model, in many of our countries. But at the same time, we are taking our own process and initiative to develop our higher education system here in Asia. Particularly, I would say Northeast and Southeast Asia, because we are now expanding the collaborations among the different higher education systems in different countries in these regions. And this is not exactly same as the efforts made in Europe. Of course, as everybody knows, EU has been developing the quite effective and efficient higher education regional systems. However, our model seems to be not exactly same. So because we have such a diversity in the regions, so it's not exactly same as the situation in Europe. And then because of diversity, we are always talking about the quality, how we could ensure the quality of higher education. And due to the COVID-19, we are more seriously facing this issue of quality. That's, I think, we had a very good discussions. We had very good discussion in the first session, how to promote the digitalizations to ensure the quality of higher education. Of course, digitalization is one way to assure and promote quality. But there is another way to improve the quality of higher education in the system, in the regions. That's the internationalizations. By collaborating and by promoting the collaboration across the borders, we could improve the quality of our higher education systems. But at the same time, there's always the issue about quality assurance, how we could assure the quality in the systems because of the diversity we are having in these regions. So that's a dilemma, because we collaborate across the borders, that's how we can improve the quality. But at the same time, because we have such a diversity, so in order to collaborate, we have a lot of challenges. So in order to solve this region has developed several different networks, including AUN. We heard from the expert from AUN QA in the first sessions. AUN is one network, but there is another network which has been created by Simeo Lighthead has been also creating the networks, and UMAPs and some other networks. So these networks can be one of the answers to think of to tackle this dilemma between the improvement of quality and assuring the quality regardless the diversity we have in Asia. So as I explained about the diversity, we have quite diverse situations here, but which has already mentioned and emphasized in the first session, that we are making a lot of efforts to strengthen connectivity and collaborations among the countries. And as I said, the internationalization is one way to improve the quality. And what sort of internationalizations we are having more? Basically, we are we have been observing a lot of the physical mobility of students and scholars in the regions. This is just one example of how the researchers have been looking at the internationalization of higher education in Asia. And a lot of researchers look at the student mobility. And then also curriculum, faculty, and so on and so forth. But mainly it focuses on the physical mobility of the people. And up to the early this year, seems to be, we have been doing successful to mobilize people, which means students and the faculty members and researchers across the borders, and then internationalize our higher education systems. But because of COVID-19, we now stopped this physical mobility. So we are really facing a lot of challenges because we cannot really mobilize students and faculty members today due to the COVID-19. So what sort of discussion we are having currently, for instance, in these regions, I would say ASEAN plus 3, ASEAN plus China, Korea, and Japan. There has been the efforts called ASEAN plus 3 Working Group on Mobility and Quality Assurance of Higher Education since 2012. This is a working group established by the ministers of education of 13 countries, and they get together once in a year to discuss about mobility and quality assurance of higher education amongst the 13 countries. I have been representing Japanese government for the last 7-8 years, attending this working group. And then we will be meeting December this year to discuss again. And this working group, we have already developed the guidelines on student exchange in order to smoothly transfer the credits among the higher education institutions in the regions. So this guideline was already endorsed by the ministers of education of 13 countries in 2016. So we are now having this kind of systems in the regions to mobilize the students. But as I said, we cannot now mobilize the students physically. So that's the challenge we are facing. So I just would like to first, emphasize that in terms of the internationalization of higher education, we heavily depend on the mobility of students so far. But in this era of new normal, we may not be able to do as same as we used to do. So that's the one issue, one big issue and challenge we are facing today. So I just would like to draw your attention on this issue, but for the time being, I just would like to put this issue aside to review what is the current situations due to the COVID-19. Just a few minutes I just like to spend for that. As you are already aware and already discussed in the previous session, so I'm not gonna go through details, but many schools and universities, many schools, including higher education institutions, closed down the campuses. And then introduction of online or distance learning have been promoted. However, there are already pointed out by the presenters in the first sessions, some people are struggling to have access to internet, particularly women, and then also people in lower socioeconomic backgrounds. So there are some problems, but there are some positive aspects as well. Those persons with disabilities, they become more active online. So it's not only the negative impacts, some positive, but generally speaking, there's a big problem and this difficulties for the people, particularly among the certain group of the people. And also, if you see, I mean, of course, this includes the schools as well, primary and secondary schools. So this is not really talking about higher education institutions, but lower middle income countries and even upper middle income countries, online learning is not fully implemented. And then still depends on the other means of for the distance learning. And even in case you have the distance learning online via digital tools, still the learning is not really complete and perfect, because one of the reasons is the lack of skills and expertise among the faculty members to teach, because we have not been trained. But of course, in case of Indonesia, I was really amazed by the first presentation explaining about the Indonesia efforts to expand the learning opportunities online. So Indonesia has been really making efforts that I really learned today, and hoping that you will really improve the quality of teaching as well. But in generally speaking, in many countries, partially including Indonesia, I assume, and then even in Japan, we are discussing that the quality of teaching we are offering is not that enough. Now, another issue is that because of the COVID-19, I was explaining earlier that the people are not moving any people are moving much less comparing to the past. So international students cannot come back to the campuses. I still teach, when I teach the online courses, some of my students, those international students, join the course from their home country, not in Japan. So they are still struggling to, some of them are having good internet accesses, but they are not really doing. Another impact of COVID-19 on higher education is the financial situations of universities. So now, many universities around the world are losing their incomes. Of course, some countries are losing income because of the lack of international students, because their tuition fees, you cannot expect the tuition fees coming from the international students. But that's not only the reasons. Because of the decline of the economic conditions, the governments are cutting the budget and subsidies to the higher education sector. So we are really struggling. We have started struggling the financial situations at the universities around the world. And then this can become the difficult, one of the factors, negative factors to introduce promote the digital learning as well. And another issue is the mental health of students. If you don't see people physically and then only participating online, students are really struggling mentally. So how we deal with this? And for instance, this is an example of my university, the University of Tokyo, how we set the restrictions, activity restrictions under the situation with COVID-19. And then we have 5 different scales, how strictly we close our campuses. And then we have different items like research activities, classes to teach, extracurricular activities, on-campus meeting, and so on. And then basically so far, until last month, we had this level 2 severe restrictions. People cannot really come to the campus easily. You need a special permission to come to the campus and so on. This month, we have loosened. So we start having more, but at the same time, we still teach the most of courses online, and then students are not really coming to the campus easily. And this is the situation in Japan. As you see, many universities open our campus, but we don't offer courses on site, which means students are not really coming to the campuses. And 80% of universities plan to use a hybrid model of teaching, but they say it's very difficult to, which was also pointed out in the first sessions. And less than 20% of universities seems to be conducting the full face-to-face teaching. So that's a problem. And then impacts of COVID-19 on international students. The biggest impact is the entry restrictions of foreign nationals. So we just last week, our government decided that if you have certain student visa, then you can enter the country. But that's basically for the long-term students, for the long-term stay, mainly the degree-seeking students. So like short-term students, we cannot really accommodate. And then situation is probably similar amongst the ASEAN countries as well, right? And then also we have to think of the financial support to the international students. Although we are having financial difficulties at universities, but we also need to provide a special scholarship to the international students because some of them are really, really struggling. Also learning support, and we have to think of the how to transfer the credit, how to grant the credit to the online courses, because we are not originally meant to operate online, but now we suddenly shifted to online, and how you can give grace to the students and how we consider the credits and so on. One of the efforts we are having today is a so-called lecture exchange. Instead of the student exchange, because as I said, students are now not really moving around. So we have many universities, or a certain number of universities have started to discuss about the possibility of lecture exchange. Have you ever heard of lecture exchange? Student exchange means, you move students between the universities. So lecture exchange means you share the lectures between the universities. So in the official curricula of the university, for instance, my university and Gajah Mada, the courses offered my university can be listed in the curricula of Gajah Mada and vice versa. So courses offered at Gajah Mada can be listed in our curricula officially. So in that sense, students don't have to move around, but still they can take courses because many courses are now offered online. So, but of course, these have to be kind of tailor-made in the curriculum, because you cannot just list up the courses. These have to be logically situated in the curriculum. So sounds like lecture exchange is an easy solution, but actually you have to have really good discussion with partner institutions, partner university, to appropriately locate the courses offered by your partner university. So, and then you have to see the matching between their courses and your courses. So it's more complicated than it looks like. But at the same time, because students cannot move, we are now discussing about this possibility of promoting lecture exchange at many universities today.
Dr. Kitamura, you have
Yes.
15 minutes left. 15.
Okay.
5 minutes left.
5 minutes?
5 minutes left.
Yeah, 5 minutes, right? Yeah, this is just an example of the package we offer to our students. And this is a lesson, we learned. This is actually echo to what the presenters in the first session discussed. The introduction of the online courses cannot be considered as something emergent, something as emergency measures, but it has to be considered as standard. So we have to do that no matter how the situation changes. But then we have to think of how we can promote the hybridity between the on-site and the online teaching. And I also really like to emphasize the importance of providing the mental care and support to the students, particularly the international students during this kind of situations. And also, as I mentioned earlier, faculty members are not really ready to adapt to the online situations. So you really have to train the faculty members to adapt to these situations. And these are just the reasons why we need internationalization. So I just skip. And then this is kind of the last few slides I really would like to share. Now, when we promote internationalizations, we used to had two types of the international cooperation between universities. And for instance, one is more like development assistance, the countries like, US, UK, Australia, Japan, they provide support to countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and so on. But now these countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, your higher education system have been improving and then developing quite rapidly. So it's not really the country like Japan or US, Australia always support, but there has to be the mutual cooperation between the countries and universities in between, that's I call international development cooperation. And then in order to promote this kind of international development cooperation, we have a good platform like a global convention or regional convention and so on. And then ASEAN Plus 3 working group, as I mentioned earlier. And then why we are not just providing support from developed countries to middle income or developing countries, because you have a lot of knowledge. You have knowledge and skills and experiences in your countries, and which we can learn quite a lot as well. So we have to promote new research to fight against the pandemic of infectious diseases such as COVID-19 with mutual partnership amongst the countries and the universities. So by doing so, ultimately, we really would like to realize the harmonizations in the regions. And then, in order to do that, we really have to think of how to improve the quality of higher education by promoting the internationalizations, even during the difficult time with COVID-19, or we call in the era of new normal. So my point is that, we cannot heavily depend on the mobility, but still there has to be the ways to collaborate. And even after the situation eased, but we still need to see the value of the new approaches, which was also emphasized in the first session. So this is the end of my presentations. And then thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kitamura, for a very insightful contribution. So the next, I would like to welcome Professor Peter Meyer. And please, Mas Yuka, would you please show the vitae of Professor Peter Meyer? Right. Now, Professor Peter Meyer is from Osnabrück University of Applied Science, Germany. Okay, thank you. Cukup, Mas Yuka. All right. So for Professor Peter Meyer, I would assist him in operating the presentation. And first, I would like to check whether this work properly. Professor Peter Meyer, the time is yours. Professor Meyer.
Okay, now I think it works. Does it?
Thank you. Yep. So I will assist you operating this PowerPoint slide.
Okay. So Thank you very much. I'm honored to be part of this very important exercise, and I was listening this morning to the presentations, and I'm quite impressed about the developments in Indonesia, but as well in other regions. So I'm grateful to be able to share some experiences from Europe or other places around the world. And thank you to Yuto Kitamura, very thought-provoking, very nice. Thank you very much. Thank you to the DAAD. Okay, next. Yes. So I mean, we live in this period of COVID-19, but to some extent, I feel, and most people around the world, they feel, we live in a phase of transformational change. So many things are changing. Some people are really worried because it's so fast. Sometimes I claim that is actually wrong, because in the 50s, in the 60s, change was fast as well. But all the same, I mean, when we look at the political, at the economic, at the cultural, at the social transformation, it is quite astonishing how fast things move. So in terms of politics, look at the rise of China. Look at developments in the United States. Look at how the European Union has evolved. We started with 6 members, now we are 27 members. Look at developments in Asia. How strong the changes are. Look at Indonesia. How Indonesia is one of the G20, and everyone is talking about Indonesia being part of political solutions of the future. So we are talking about a transformation of the political landscape. Okay, next. But the same actually applies to the transformation of the economic landscape. So when we look at economics, I mean, who was able to predict in the 60s the rise of Asia in that way? Who was able to talk about the development of all these major nations in Asia, to look at the per capita income in Japan, to look at the per capita income in Singapore. Last time when I was in Singapore in the museum, they were showing what the living standard was in the 50s. When I was in Malaysia, the same applies. I lived myself in Korea. I saw the pictures of Korea in the 50s, and now it's a highly developed industrialized country. So the economic structures in the last decades, they have changed fundamentally, dramatically, and actually to the positive. Some institutions in economics, they have changed their role. Is it the WTO or is it the regional agreements? So transformational change in economics. Next one. And the same applies to the development of technology. Look at how our parents, how they started. My parents, for example, how they were happy to have the first radio or the first television. So when I was a child, we had the first television. Then we had two programs, and now you select out of hundreds of programs. And now you work with technology every day, in every minute, in the medical field and so forth and the like. So we have the Internet of Things, we have artificial intelligence and the like. So we have a transformation in this arena as well. Okay, next. And then we have COVID-19. I like to stress as well the changes due to COVID-19, but I think actually most of the changes, they are sort of accelerated because of COVID-19, but they are more fundamental. And so we actually need to respond to the challenges because of the political change, the economic change, the social change, the technological change. And okay, now the COVID, but it's an accelerator. It's not really the main point. It's an accelerator of the change we need to go for, okay? So So all this has implications for higher education, and I want to look at to look at a number of implications, maybe 5 or 6. But the main point, the sort of spirit we should address, I mentioned in the next slide. The next slide is, you know, there is talk, the DAAD is actually supporting a big project on this issue of entrepreneurial universities. The idea is to say universities need to be entrepreneurial. And what is entrepreneurial? So we sort of can take lessons from looking just at the definition. An entrepreneur is someone who sees opportunities where others see problems. An entrepreneur is someone who can live with risks, who is not getting desperate because of the risks. An entrepreneur is someone who is cherishing creativity and wants to move towards let's follow that new idea. Maybe it works out, and has a motivation to excel. And this spirit of entrepreneurial attitude is, I think, what we need in higher education. And honestly, I listened to Professor Aris' presentation this morning. I think Indonesia is doing many things which are just excellent in that respect. Be entrepreneurial, try to take advantage of that opportunity. Don't worry too much that the things are changing and the old habits were actually nice and we were all accustomed to how it worked, but rather let's move, let's be open, let's see what the future can bring. There are new opportunities. So entrepreneurial spirit is needed. Yes, okay, that's fine. That's fine. So the next slide. Entrepreneurial activities, but entrepreneurial spirit is what we need. Okay, so next one. So let me start with the first. And I mean, my challenge is that I'm actually the last speaker today. So many of the issues have been mentioned already. So I can sort of re-emphasize what was mentioned before or strengthen the point. So my first point is, I think that's really a change in our world. In The Economist 2 weeks ago, they had this article on what is the future of globalization, or a few weeks ago. And the argument was that, and it's in The Economist, it's in the UN papers, the World Bank papers, there is quite a likelihood that we will go towards a more regional economy, towards a more regional collaboration, that we will work together in supply chains which are more regional because of many reasons, because of the uncertainty, because of the likelihood of having maybe, I don't know, an earthquake or a political problem, maybe because, I mean, here in Europe, we talk a lot about the ecological footprint. So, I mean, to transport all sorts of goods from countries far away is creating problems for our climate. Whatever the reasons are, I think what we learn from the last 10 years, not COVID only. COVID is re-emphasizing that sort of a need to think about it, but we will go towards more regional integration. We will have more regional travel. We have more regional tourism. We have more regional supply chains. We have more regional networks, and therefore our universities, they have to respond to that. So next slide. So the regional collaboration is important. It started in Europe. I mean, the DAAD was actually our main organization to push the European university or the German universities towards opening up for European countries. Then our students nowadays, they want to go more far to places more far away. But at the same time, we need to understand our neighbors. We need to understand in Europe, we need to understand our neighbors in Eastern Europe, in Southern Europe, in Northern Europe, and so forth and the like. And the same, I would say the same applies in your region. So my prediction would be, and actually my hope to some extent, is that your international exchange programs will be much more regional in the future. So more Indonesian students go to the Philippines, more Indonesian students go to Vietnam, more Vietnamese students come to Indonesia, more and so forth and the like. So I think there should be a shift of focus towards more regional collaboration. There is a place for Europe, and I'm happy to be part of that. I have always personally been involved in collaboration with Asian universities, but my main point is that I think when the economy is moving towards regions, when our political attention needs to focus more towards the regions, then actually our universities or your universities in the region, they have to respond to that as well. You have to have strong programs with your partners in the region, with Japan, surely, with Korea, with China, but not only such countries. I mean, your immediate neighbors. Is it Malaysia or the Philippines or Vietnam or Thailand? Just last week, I had a Thai student, just an example, asking her how which country is bigger, Thailand or Indonesia. So I would say, I don't tell you the answer, but I would say there is scope for learning about the region as it is in Europe or in Latin America. So we have to focus on the regions. Okay, next slide. So the skills for the future. I liked the presentations before, especially the presentation from Johnson Ong, and as well, I mean, how Professor Aris from Indonesia was showing what the ministry in your country, what they are doing. So we need more creativity. We need more skills to work together, and the like. So we need to refocus on on the skills, and I like it. I like it how how the digital solutions nowadays can help us in answering some of the questions. At the same time, I think let's not forget the classroom experience. Let's not forget the meeting of people. Let's not forget that some of the skills we learn at the university, we learn by being together with other people, by sitting with them on the campus, by going with them to the cafeteria, and so forth and the like. So I'm really much in favor of the digital solutions, but let's not put aside the basis of academic institutions. Academic learning is not just sitting and reading books. Academic education is as well meeting other people, reflecting your own ideas, thinking about different lifestyles, how things can be different. Academic education is as well becoming mature. So when I look at our German students, when they are 18, I mean, to some extent they are kids. When they finish their studies, they are mature. But this maturity is not just reading books and connecting digitally, but rather experiencing time together. So it's wonderful to be to see. When I was at Yogyakarta last time, and you see the students hanging out in the evening and talking about life and what they hope for in their life. This is what academic education is as well about. So we should go digital. We should emphasize the skills, but let's not go digital only. That would be a dramatic loss. Okay, next slide. So what does it mean? It was mentioned, but I want to stress a few other points. So we have to change some of our curricula, not just because of the pandemic only. We have to change our curricula. So we have to have more place for creativity, more place for collaboration and so forth. We have to have other modules. We have to change the way of teaching. So I observed that in my case. I have been in teaching now for 20 years. And at the beginning, it was actually, I thought it's fine. I stand in front of the classroom and I tell them what I know, and they note down. That is how I experienced it as a student. And now I learned that is not good enough, and I have changed my approach of teaching. So I think we all have to change that approach of teaching, but this is a hard lesson. This is a hard way of work. So we have to take the teachers along. We have to find ways to counsel, in some countries, I would say in Germany, sometimes we come with the big stick, which is a mistake. So we should rather offer programs how to see how it can be done. Our way of assessing, I mean, I taught for 1 year in the United States, and I saw how much we use multiple choice. Here in Germany, in some cases, we use multiple choice. I think that's not good enough anymore in the future. So for example, I think that's one of the solutions. We have to let them write more assignments. Maybe we have to because Johnson Ong was saying, okay, we have to guard against plagiarizing. Maybe then students should listen to such a workshop, and one hour later they have to submit a summary of the key points or something. So we have to move towards new ways of assessing the skills. The skills will be different, as Johnson Ong, as Jaris, as Aris was mentioning it. So some of the assessment methods will be outdated. The textbooks will be outdated. But let me make a strong point for the change of the classrooms. 2 years ago, I was at De La Salle University in Manila, and the former rector, was showing me one of the classrooms where you quickly adapt the chairs and can form working groups. So we need new rooms. We need as well smaller rooms. We need rooms where you can quickly put something on the board or so. So if we want to have more creativity, more collaboration, we have to provide the space for doing so. Especially in Germany, when you look at the typical classroom in a traditional research university, you know there is this big theater, 500 students, 800 students. There is no place for that anymore. I mean, maybe in the first 2 semesters or so. But so there will be as well a change in the way we have it and the number of students we have in a classroom. That is a challenge because we need more teachers if we have smaller classroom sizes. But if you have 200 students, it is not realistic to talk about really fostering a climate of interaction and collaboration and so forth. So we have to have, I think, smaller classroom sizes. Okay. So we have to collaborate with industry. Once again, I'm really impressed. I heard it some time ago how Indonesia is moving into this direction of the 3-semester, which you can choose to be outside of the curriculum and the like. So to work with industry has a big potential. I'm from the University of Applied Science. We do that regularly. There is a big potential. But I like to stress as well, I mean, it's a challenge. When I entered the university here in Osnabrück 20 years ago, some students were sent to internships, and then they came back and said, okay, actually I was making the coffee for my colleagues. So if you move towards including industry in a more stronger way, we have to sort of make sure that the industry is understanding our concept and is really making sure that what the students learn is more than just copying papers, but rather using the skills of the students which they had acquired in the maybe first 2 years or so. Now, I would say the German industry has really picked up that idea. And so sometimes our students, they tell us they do just advanced work, but they are really doing work. But it requires as well teaching sort of the industry aside how to work with that challenge. Okay, next one. but there is huge potential. Internationalization. So internationalization will be different. Internationalization will be different. So we were talking about internationalization for many years. That is actually one of my areas. Internationalization, that is a famous definition, slightly adapted, is about integrating an international and intercultural dimension into teaching and learning. So next slide. So what are the objectives of internationalization? Especially here in Europe, the internationalization was not driven by economic reasons. It was driven by cultural reasons. We wanted to make sure you experience the culture of a different country. It was driven as well by political objectives. We wanted to make sure that there would not be a war again. Because once you have studied somewhere, you like people there, and you develop your feeling for other people. There are economic objectives and there are social objectives. So when you go abroad, you see the diversity in another country. When you go abroad, you experience how different lifestyles people have. So when I stayed for a while in Indonesia, that was interesting for me, how to see how a weekend is spent, how families spend their time together. When I lived in the United States, it was the opposite, or it was the same, that I saw how people spent their weekend, how people spent their leisure time, and the like. So being abroad is more than just learning skills which can be translated into an academic achievement. Okay, so we learn about different political systems. I think it's good for German students to go to China, to experience China, or to other countries which have a more authoritarian approach. Then it's good to be in countries where you have a completely different economic system. It opens up their mind. Okay, next one. So I would like to plead for, let's not forget the real experience of internationalization. So I mean, when we all know from our own experience, when you send a student abroad, they worry about, where do I stay? They worry about, what is the first day? Who picks me up at the airport? They worry about the health insurance. They worry about the different classes. They worry about talking with the professor for the first time, and so forth and the like. And they come back and they are mature. They come back home and they are mature. So if they participate in an online class, it's completely different. So the pandemic will be over, and we need to go back to internationalization the ordinary way, because what students learn is to become mature, to become international, to have the self-confidence to move ahead. But this internationalization is important not only for the students, it's important for us researchers, for us professors. This being involved in international networks of knowledge is important. We can't give that up. This is the future of our system. So we need to work with Japan, we need to work with China, we need to work with the United States, whether we like now the president over there or not, whether we are happy about the developments in a country, in China or so, is a different matter. But we need to be involved in such networks. So we want to be involved in Indonesia, and Indonesia has an interest to be involved in the others. So it's the students who need to be international minded and experience international nationality, and the professors, the staff. Okay, next one. But my point is, regions will matter more. So I think my wish would be, in 20 years' time, you have many more programs with the Philippines, with Vietnam, with China, with Thailand, with Myanmar, Japan, surely Korea, and the like. Okay, so internationalization is made much more easy. So I hope, and actually I do it in my classes now, because of this breakthrough in Zoom and in MS Teams and in Google Classroom, and so forth and the like. we should have it as not as a norm, but almost as a standard, that we invite foreign speakers just now. I mean, how easy is it? It's wonderful. It's really a breakthrough. So I invite professors from Indonesia to come to my class. I invite a professor from Thailand. I invited a professor from the United States. So such possibilities, they are wonderful. So to some extent they reduce the ecological footprint. They make it easier. There is less money involved, so you don't need to go somewhere and look for the money to spend for hotel and flight and the like. So I think like I said, I want to have this old internationalization approach of traveling, of going, of spending 3 months. I still believe that is important, that we should stick to. But in addition, we can make the foreign experience a standard. Okay, national and international networks of universities, I think they will gain in importance. The future is about collaboration, and the future is about offering. I mean, when Yuto Kitamura was saying they have this lecture exchange with Gajah Mada, this is wonderful. There should be such programs you offer, and students pick some modules here, pick some modules there. So opening up the curricula for students who want to take only one module, we do it now in Osnabrück. So students, one or two. I think, I mean, the future will not be. The DAAD is actually pushing a little bit that the German universities would increase the number of students who go abroad for a full semester. And that's good that the DAAD is pushing. But it's unrealistic that 100% will go a full semester. But summer schools, 2-week programs, winter schools. So I was with a university in Jakarta. I was discussing how a special program can be offered for German universities, where German students would come for 2 weeks and experience politics, economics, culture, religion. That's all important. So we need the networks to be part of this knowledge network, I learned from Gajah Mada, BM Purvanto and his colleagues. They were telling me that they developed a software for their own internal administration, which was used later on, and I think sold, but whatever it is, whether sold or leased or given free to other universities. So here in the northern part of Germany, some universities collaborate as well. So collaboration should be the order of should be the guideline for the next steps. Okay.
Professor Meyer, you have 3 minutes left.
Yes, good. So I next slide. So next slide. The main challenge is we have change. This is change, and change needs to be managed. And who is managing the change? The managers, the key players within the institutions. For example, those of you who participate now in such a meeting, many of you are deans and the like. So this change is more demanding. And therefore, in many European countries, in the United States, there is a sort of move towards saying this managing of change in higher education institutions is more challenging. We need more programs. I like it. I think that's important. We need training programs for people who have leadership positions in higher education institutions. Okay, next slide. So that is my point. Okay, next one. I love it. So no, back. To one more back. Yes, no. Next slide. So this one. When the developments are fast, when the development is when quick decisions need to be taken, when the windows of opportunities open up, we need Yes, this one. We need to have some kind of autonomy. And congratulations to Indonesia. You make the right steps. When I listened to the initial presentation, this is what obviously your government is doing for public universities. Private universities, they have some autonomy anyhow. So we need to have some kind of autonomy. This autonomy must come with accountability. So therefore, it was good to make that point that we need as well quality assurance in a decentralized manner. So we need autonomy. I think many universities are not prepared for the autonomy, because in Germany, it's actually easy to say, okay, the ministry, they decided and we have to do it that way. When you are autonomous, maybe the president or the rector or the dean has to say maybe sometimes something which is not really heard with pleasure and excitement. But autonomy is needed to be the guiding principle in an institutional setup where institutions have to respond quickly. So on that note, so summing up, next slide. Next slide. Okay, that is just mentioning different aspects of autonomy. You can have the autonomy on strategy, on the operation, on finance, on staffing, on academic matters. Okay, but now I want to conclude. So summing up, next slide. So it's a golden opportunity. I want to look at it in a positive way. It's a golden opportunity. I mean, we all suffer because of COVID-19, but it's a golden opportunity. And I think we should get more regional. We should focus on our region. We should understand our region in a much better way. We should work more. We should meet more. We should do more research. We should do more teaching. The skill requirements, let us be honest, there is more need. Still, there is the need for the basic skills, but we need to be more creative, more collaborative, and so forth and the like. International collaboration will be different, but let's not forget international collaboration, and as well the classroom meeting is good. I think the network of universities together with other universities and industry will be more important. The management of academic institutions is a challenge. When I became dean, I was not experienced enough to be the dean for a while. So I had to learn. And I think that should be the guiding principle for leadership positions in higher education. So your ministry, for example, should offer a program. I know you do already, but maybe more programs to make sure that the leaders in higher education have the skills to respond to the challenges. And congratulations to the move towards offering more autonomy. On that note, I thank you very much. It's an honor to be invited to this seminar, and looking forward to some questions.
All right, so the next is I would like to assist the participants in question and answer. There is from IPP, Ibnul Qasim, to Mr. Kitamura about mental health in pandemic era. Is it relating to social changing during the COVID-19 or burden of assignment in online learning? Probably you can respond to that. And even though it is directed to Dr. Kitamura, I also would like to invite Professor Peter Meyer to respond to this question. Please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. regarding, this is a quite interesting question about how to provide support to the mental health care for the students. I think that you have made a good point that the students have been struggling because of the both aspects. One is the social and another is in fact the educational side. The social aspects, I mean, students have to stay home and spend many hours in front of the computer alone. And then particularly those students who are far away from their families, they do not have much physical contact with their friends and colleagues. So they feel quite loneliness. I mean, so, and even students with families, they don't meet friends quite often. So that's sort of the detachment from the human networks they have. So that's the social side of the mental health. But also, we have to be very, very careful that the lecturers teaching online tend to give too many assignments. I think this person raised the question, knows quite well about the real situations. I myself was once asked the students to reduce the amount of the assignments because nowadays students attend more courses and then online, and the online courses, the faculty lecturers who teach online courses think that you are not doing enough, particularly if it's not the real communication. I mean, it's not the real-time lectures, because online lecturing, you have different modes of teaching. One is on-demand video taping, and another is particularly for the another is just presenting the PowerPoint slides and so on and giving the assignments. So both the PowerPoint slide with assignments or on-demand teaching, they tend to give too many assignments. And then students are fed up doing all those assignments all the time. So they just have to sit in front of the computer all the time, so many hours. So that's gonna be affecting to the mental conditions of the students as well. So educationally, we have to be very, very careful about this. I mean, so I think the person raised the question knows quite well, and they made a good point that we have to see both the social aspects, but also the educational aspects to think of how to support mental health of the students. That's my response. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kitamura. Professor Meyer, do you have any response to this issue regarding the mental health?
Yes, so it's a problem here as well. I think it's helpful for students to be involved in our in classroom activities, meet other people, go with them to the cafeteria, to the library, sitting there, and so forth. And that hasn't been the case for quite a while. But unlike in some countries in your region, the students, they would go out in the evening. So still, I think they meet. The lockdown period was maybe 6 weeks, where it was a very strong lockdown. And at the moment, we are worried that there might be a new lockdown because of the increase of the cases. But when you go out to the city, you would see many students spending time together. So at least on that side, I think there is some interaction. But I would like to see indeed the university time as a time where you are part of groups, you find new friends, and if there is a problem, you can easily find someone who can assist you. And so in the pandemic, that's certainly a problem. But personally, I haven't heard about maybe suicide rate increase or so. So that aspect is not so strong, at least not that I hear about it. But academic institutions have many roles, and we realize now in the pandemic, these roles are all important for society.
Thank you. This is another questions specifically directed to Professor Meyer, but I also invite Dr. Dr. Kitamura to respond as well. This is from Insani University, Indra Muiz. Professor Peter Meyer, after this pandemic is over, after the pandemic is over, what are we going to do with our future education concept and implementation? Shall we sustain our online? Please welcome, Prof. Meyer.
Yes. So I personally think it will be, that will stay with us. We will use Zoom or other technologies in the future as well. So I will use it, but I will not use it in a way that we try to be an online course provider. It's not what I want. There are students who can benefit from that, but most students are not good for that kind of education. Academic training is as well maybe leaving in Europe. In Europe, quite often you leave the house, you go to the dormitory, you stay somewhere, you are independent. So this classroom experience, this academic experience, this experience on campus is important. But at the same time, when I look, I mean, BM Purvanto, he could now in 5 seconds, he could organize a breakout session for the, I don't know, 300 participants, that we have 100 breakout sessions with 3 participants. I mean, this is great. We experienced that in our classroom setting. I start teaching this afternoon, and then I decided this morning I will have 3 breakout sessions, and it's a mouse click. So this technology makes it really easy. So some of that change will stay, but others will not stay, and hopefully not stay. We need to have our students back on campus to allow for becoming mature, for allowing to collaborate and so forth.
Okay, Dr. Kitamura, do you have any response?
Yes, thank you very much. I fully agree. I totally agree with what Professor Meyer just discussed. I really agree with you that we will continue using the online, but as a supplementary pedagogical means, but not as the main tool to conduct our courses. At the same time, we also have to think of what would be the best use for of the online materials in the different disciplinary fields or different specializations of the studies. I mean, even this with this COVID-19 situations, the natural science fields, particularly which requires the laboratory works and then also experiments and some exercise, they actually come to campus. I mean, our medical school, our school of science, our school of engineering, some of the courses, they couldn't make their courses online because it's not possible. So you have to see the way we can apply the online tools in order to respond to the needs for the certain areas of studies which requires for the certain field of studies, and which means you cannot simply think of kind of the one-fit-all image of the online lecturing. There has to be different approaches and the different combinations of on-site, online, and the other exercises. So the people tend to discuss quite in a simple manner that everything is kind of same. I mean, but it's not actually true. So I really like to emphasize how to consider the different contexts of each specialized field or disciplinary field of studies. So that's also, we have to really go further about the way to effectively and efficiently apply the online tools. Thank you.
Okay, there is another questions, and I would like to summarize several questions regarding this. can we say that during this time, we can call that, what is it, that offline interaction, online interaction like this, internationalization? Can we learn other cultures, other traditions through online interaction? So can we call this internationalization when we still rely very much on online interaction? Professor Peter Meyer first, probably.
Yes, I think it is. It's part of it. I mean, actually, when I listened to the two presentations this morning, I know from Southeast Asia, from presentations in Singapore and Malaysia, they are always very colorful, very colorful. The slides are full with information. Here in Germany, we are different. So you as an observer, you learn there are differences. Then you learn how to listen to the different accents of the speakers. Then you learn how careful or how outgoing people are. That is internationalization. Professor Kitamura is telling us the perspective of Japan, and I tell the perspective of Germany or of Europe. That is internationalization. So I definitely would consider that part of internationalization. So if someone cannot go abroad, I think it's a good substitute to have a class with a professor from UGM who comes in via Zoom and who shares his approach and the like. But like I said, I think if possible, we should still keep in mind traveling somewhere, seeing other countries, seeing that people are different. When I came to Yogyakarta for a while, seeing how religion plays a role in your country, how busy people are, how little alcohol people drink, how people are disciplined in the university, how they talk in the library, and so forth and like that. That is all important. So we should not miss the second part. But if that is not possible, that kind of aspect, I think, is a wonderful substitute, but not a full one.
Thank you, Professor Meyer. Dr. Kitamura?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I really agree with Professor Meyer, as you said, and I try to elaborate, I have 3 points. I mean, first point, I really agree with you, Professor Meyer, that, even through the online, you can learn the different cultures, and actually online can accommodate a more diverse group of people at once, because you don't have to bring all the people from the different parts of the world, but you can just connect online. So in that sense, we can really learn from each other, from the diverse backgrounds of the participants in the online gatherings. So that's one point. And then second point, as Professor Meyer mentioned, as a response to the previous question, that you have used breakout sessions, and some of these functions actually help the people in a certain culture nature to be more active, to interact with the people from the different backgrounds. For instance, as you may probably know, Japanese students are very quiet during the course, during the class. They think many things, but they are hesitant to raise their hands and then say express their opinions in front of other students. So they are very quiet in the classrooms. However, in the Zoom lecture, they write so many in the chat functions, like now people are doing. So I received so many questions and comments, which I cannot really receive on-site classrooms. So I think, by utilizing some of the functions of these online tools, actually some people can be much more active to interact with people from the different backgrounds. So that's another thing. And then Last point I'd like to share is that have you ever heard the name of the higher education institutions called Minerva? I just put their website in the chat function, and then you can check their website. This Minerva School is a American higher education institutions providing all the courses online. Okay, so this is one of the kind of the ultimate model of providing the online lecturing to the students at university. However, this university, the students actually mobile 7 different cities around the world during the 4 years of their undergraduate studies. What this means, they consider lecturing, they provide all the lectures online. However, at the same time, they want students to have actual physical experiences on site in the different cities around the world. So you can see how they consider the real experiences on site important for the students. So they have combined online and on-site experiences. So you cannot really think of only online course, online school. I mean, of course, for the higher levels of studies like graduate programs or the professional training, you can probably provide, you can actually provide the courses and lectures only online because they have certain objective to study, to acquire certain knowledge and skills. But for at least up to the undergraduate levels, as Professor Maya explained, we really see the importance of providing the cultural and social experiences of students on campus. So internationalization is one of the ways to promote such experiences as well. So that means we, up to at least undergraduate levels, I don't believe only online works. I mean, there has to be always the hybrid. So that's my third point. So, I also see the importance of online lecturing to promote the, cross-cultural understanding by promoting the interactions among the people from the different backgrounds. However, that's not enough. I mean, that's my point. Thank you.
This is the last questions from participants from Flores Island. This is typical in probably experience in several higher education institutions in remote islands of Indonesia. How can we deal with very limited technological resources during this pandemic or this online, mode of learning? Thank you. Professor Meyer, do you have any idea or recommendations for the university having a very limited technological resources?
I felt Professor Aris was making the point that you even have to think about maybe offering to students from poor regions maybe a tablet or so. So I would say maybe the government has to offer some assistance in that respect. But to some extent, I was always convinced that maybe if universities collaborate in developing some of the resources, that can be of help as well. I mean, why not recording lectures and putting it on a CD, on a DVD or so? But basically, I think that's really, I mean, all around the world we discussed that this pandemic is showing there is a problem for poorer parts of the society and for universities which operate in such circumstances. So I would see a need for the government. Maybe collaboration can help. But I accept that is a challenge. Here we don't have it at the university. I mean, sure, we need to invest. The university has the money. In our case, all the students, the students at the university, they come with a notebook or they have a computer at home. But at the school level, so for the younger ones, we have the same problem that some parents are saying we don't have the money for buying a notebook. Now, because of the lockdown, 3 kids need to share one computer and there cannot be online education. And so all of a sudden we have to think as well about how to make sure there is access. So maybe the government can help, maybe collaboration, but I accept that is a big problem in poor areas.
Right, Dr. Kitamura.
Thank you. I mean, this is a very, very difficult question, as Professor Maya mentioned. It's a reality for some parts of the world, some parts of the regions in the country, which have been struggling to the scarce resources they have available for them. I mean, if we think of, by use of the online means or technology, there are different phases to use, to apply. I mean, in terms of providing information to students, it doesn't have to be online. I mean, you can use TV, radio, and some other means to do the remote learning. However, that's only one way communication. So you cannot really provide opportunities for students to interact with faculty members and other students. So, but at least to some extent, in order to provide, to do the remote learning, first thing you may like to think of is the maximum use of the existing channel, which is probably TV or radio, which are more easily available. And then in terms of providing the opportunities for the interaction amongst the students, that's very difficult. I mean, I have to apologize. I don't have any concrete answer to share with you. And I fully agree with you, Professor Maya, that there can be a possibility of promoting collaboration among the several higher education institutions to create some platform where students can easily access via smartphones. I mean, even in those places, the students may have the smartphones. And so you cannot really provide a lot of information to such a small size of the smartphones. But at the same time, at least the students can interact via smartphone. So the combination of providing information by some different channels and then providing some opportunities, creating some platforms students to have access, at least through the smartphone. That can be one way, I can only think of, but that's really, really challenging. And as Professor Maya said, it is happening. Not so many at university level, but primary and secondary education, schools. We also, in Japan, we also have students who have such difficulties. And then I'm sure in Indonesia, you also have such kind of obstacles for the smaller kids. So actually, that's another thing. The university may like to consider how they could help primary and secondary education. That's another way, to think of this, new roles of higher education in the era of new normal. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kitamura and Professor Meyer, for very insightful sharing. Your rich experience, really very, very valuable to us participants and also the committee and also colleagues from the Ministry of Education. And I'm very sorry for the participants that we cannot address all the questions. All the questions are very, very valuable questions. I've heard you a very limited times, so we cannot really address all the questions. And This is actually the end of the session 2, and I would like to return it to Mr. Dewanti. To Ms. Dewanti, please.
For the lead, Mr. Purwanto. Finally, we get to the last session, that is closing ceremony. After all, as the master of ceremony, I thank to all speakers, also to the audience entirely. This international seminar is come to an end. Thank you very much and see you next time.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, speakers. We are very grateful.
Thank you. All the best.
Mohon izin kepada para partisipan yang masih ada di sini, ada sedikit pengumuman dari Koordinator Penjaminan Mutu, Ibu Retno Rahayu Sunarni. Monggo waktu kami persilakan.
Terima kasih Pak Pur semuanya. Saya kira jadi seminar ini series juga untuk gitu juga untuk kerjasama dengan DAAD yang akan berlangsung tanggal 22, 25 dan 27. Silahkan Bapak dan Ibu kalau ikutan bisa mendaftar, saya kira di panitia saja ya. Terima kasih Pak Pur, terima kasih Pak Ilya, Mbak Ana, Bu Leni, Pak Sony. Sore.
Sama-sama. Terima kasih semuanya. Izin live ya.
Oke, saya pamit.
Pamit. Assalamualaikum.